Kongreso niyang huwad na People's Initiative. Kaya sana nga yung temporary suspension ng COMELEC ng mga proceedings sa PI maging permanent na rin. Itapon na natin sa basurahan yung PI na yan.
Sa isang kalungkutan, ang may higpit na provision po sa ating saligang batas ay hindi na angkop sa pandaigdigang kalakaran sa ekonomiya. Base sa Foreign Direct Investment Attractiveness Scorecard noong 2020, ang Pilipinas ay nasa dulo, 13th sa 14th na ekonomiya sa Asia Pacific. Pang 13 po tayo sa 14 na ekonomiya sa Asia Pacific.
In any case, dear colleagues, hindi po nabawasan ang pag-alala ko sa mga probisyon ng saligang batas na nais i-amyenda ng RBH 6. Dahil magbabantay talaga ako na hindi tayo mahaluan ng mga panukalang magpapahina lang sa ating demokrasya.
Batid naman po nating sinubukan na itong gamutin sa pamamagitan ng pagpasa ng Public Services Act. Subalit nga po, nung ating binigyan diin nung nakaraan at binanggit din ng ating Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, ang nakabinbing pang-question po nito sa Korte Suprema ay nagbibigay pa rin ng alinlangan sa mga dayuhang mamumuhunan. Sapagkat ito pong hakbang na ito ay tunay na aking pong pinaniniwalaan na makatutulong sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa at makawala po sa tanikala ng pangungutang sapagkat sa usapin po ng lohika, kapag ka may investment, ibig sabihin may puhunan. Kapag ka may puhunan, ay merong iikot na pera. At pag umikot ng pera, magkakaroon po ng trabaho, magkakaroon ng tamang sweldo, at magkakaroon po ng ibig sabihin ng pagtakbo at pag-ikot ng ekonomiya.
Sa bagay, mas madali kasing sisihin ang walang kamalay-malay na dokumento kaysa sisihin ang mga totoong dahilan. Korupsyon, red tape, malabong burokrasya, at mataas na singil ng kuryente ang nagtataboy sa mga lokal at dayuhan na investor. Walang pananagutan ang 1987 Constitution sa mga bagay na yon. Wala ding nabanggit na dapat magtsatsa para tumami ang trabaho, puksain ang kahirapan, at pataasin ang kalidad ng buhay ng bansa. Wala ito sa napag-usapan. Kaya, huwag sana nating gawing collateral damage ang konstitusyon, ang mismong kaluluwa ng bansa, kaysa sa ginagawa ng mga ilehitimong puwersa dyan sa tabi-tabi na tinira tayo ng pailalim. Kaya hindi po solusyon ang tsatsa.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng lupon na ito, tumitindig po ako sa pulpitong ito sa bisa ng kolektibo at personal na pribilehyo na iginawad sa inyong abang lingkod ng mamamayang Pilipino. Napaka-init po, masilimuot at mapanghati. Ganito po ang aking paglalarawan sa mga pangyayaring bumalot at nangingibabaw sa mga ulo ng mga balita sa ating bayan nitong mga nakalipas na linggo at hanggang ngayon pong kasalukuyan. Mabuti na lamang po ay mayroong magandang balita na nangyayari dito po sa Senado. Hindi po mapagkakaila na pati po tayo dito, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ay may mga forces na gusto rin tayong guluhin. Katunayan, ang inyo pong lingkod ay pinipilit ng mga ibang forces na ito. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, wala pong pinakamagandang nangyari sa pagiging senador ko kung hindi yung panahon na ang akin pong Ginoong Pangulo, ang Senate President at ang Senate Tempor at ang ginagalang kong Senador Sani Angara at Senadora Loren Ligarda ay nag-file na itong bill na atin pong tinitinig, isang resolusyon, isang panukala na nagbibigay buhay sa akin pong mga adhikain. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, yun po ang pinakamagandang desisyon na nakita ko at pinakatamang desisyon na pamunuan po ito ng ating abogado at ekonomista na si Senator Sani Angara. Sapagkat ito po ay, ang pinag-uusapan po dito ay sanga-sanga. Sanga-sanga na po. Katunayan sa ginanap pong pagdinig kanina, ay napag-usapan po yung mga tensyon at mga diskusyon na nakaakibat ng panukala na ito. Itong resolusyon na ito, itong hakbangin na ito. Sapagkat hindi po may pagkakaila at kanina ilang beses din na sinabi na yung nasa Section 1, Artikulo 17 ng ating saligang batas na nagsasaad na ang anumang susog o pagbabago sa konstitusyon, ito ay maaaring ipanukala ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng 3/4 na boto ng lahat ng mga kagawad nito. Sa wikang Ingles, any amendment to or revision of this Constitution may be proposed by Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Marami na pong mga eksperto, lupo ng mga abogado, mambabatas, mga maestrado at legal luminaries na nagbigay ng kani-kanilang mga interpretasyon sa probisyong ito. Halimbawa po, ayon kina dating Justice Vicente V. Mendoza at iba pang mga bihasa sa konstitusyon, ang dalawang houses ay dapat magtagpo at magdebate ng sabayan jointly. Pero boboto ng hiwalay, separately. Malinaw po yan na ipinagdiinan ni Justice Vicente V. Mendoza. Gama din po natin ang silakbo ng damdamin ni Justice Mendoza sa ating pagdinig sa Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Code sa kanyang naratibo tungkol sa talastasan sa pagitan ni na Commissioner Jose Suarez at Commissioner Florence Regalado sa komposisyon ng Section 1 at 2 ng Artikulo 17. Base po sa opisyal na record, sa paglilinaw ni Commissioner Regalado, sakaling bicameral legislative body ang mamutawi, sinabi po mismo ni Commissioner Suarez na ilalagay sa konstitusyon ang pariralang in joint session assembled. Bagamat ito po ay tila nakaligtaan, hindi naman po tahimik ang mga tala sa intensyong ito. Ginoong Pangulo, atin pong binibigyan diin na sa 1987 Constitution, ang mismong bumuhay muli sa bicameralism sa Pilipinas matapos ipatupad ang unicameralism noong 1973. Malinaw po dito ang intensyon ng mga delegado upang panatilihin ang bicameralism sa ating kasalukuyang konstitusyon. Nararapat din po nating isaalang-alang na sa probisyon pagdating sa kapangyarihang maghayag ng pag-iral ng kalagayang digma o Declaration of State of War, sinasaad po ng 1987 Constitution, the Congress, by vote of 2/3 of both houses in joint session assembled, voting separately, shall have the sole power to declare existence of a state of war. Yan po ay nasa Seksyon 23, Artikulo 6. Mas malinaw pa po ito sa sikat ng araw, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Kung sa mismong pagdideklara ng kalagayang digma nga po, ay sinasabi na ang dalawang kapulungan na magkasamang magtitipon sa sesyon at magkahiwalay ang pagboto. Magkahiwalay. Nararapat lamang po na ito rin ang gamiting panuntuan sa pamamaraan ng pagboto ng mga mambabatas pagdating sa pag-amyenda ng saligang batas. Dahil po dito, iminumungkahi po ng inyong lingkod sapagkat ilang beses po inulit ng mga bihasa, mga magagaling na sa konstitusyon natin, ilang beses nilang inulit. Kanina sa hearing, sinasabi mismo nila na oversight. Oversight ito. Talagang nakalimutan. Talagang hindi na ilagay. Ilang beses po nilang inulit. Kaya ang akin pong mungkahi, Ginoong Pangulo, bakit hindi po natin unang harapin yung usapin ng pagboto doon sa usapin ng voting separately? Sapagkat ito pong ating panukala, ating resolusyon, ating gustong ibahagi, ang lahat ng ito, kapag hindi na naman natuloy, halimbawa, wag naman sana ipahintulot ng Panginoon Diyos na matuloy na ang amenda ng economic provision. O halimbawa, hindi po natuloy, titigil na naman po ang usapin patungkol sa voting separately. Mananahimik na naman tayo. Itong 19th Congress, palalampasin po ba natin ang pagkakataon na sa atin mismo, tayo mismo, amendahan na natin yang nasa Artikulo 17, Section 1. Tayo na po ang mag-amenda at ilagay na natin yung sinasabi ng mga eksperto sa batas kanina, sa saligang batas, sinasabi nila ng nakaligtaan. Kaya po tayo ay nagsulong kanina upang amendahan po mismo, upang matuldukan na po talaga ang kalituhang dulot ng probisyon na ito. Sa pamamagitan po yan, Ginoong Pangulo, na isang resolusyon na aking inihain kanina umaga. Ayon nga po kay Professor Emeritus Dr. Gerardo P. Sicat mula sa School of Economics ng Universidad ng Pilipinas, merong mga pagkakamaling nakapaloob sa ating kasalukuyang konstitusyon na napagtanto lamang natin matapos ang ilang dekada ng pagtalima dito. Tama po si Dr. Sicat na kung ordinaryong batas lamang po ito ay napakadali ng maging proseso sa mga mungkahing susog. Subalit dahil ang supreme law of the land na po ang ating pinag-uusapan, hindi natin ito pwedeng basta-basta maisakatuparan. Ginoong Pangulo, ang akin pong salmo sa inyo at sa aking mga kasama, kasabay po sana nating talakayin ang patungkol po sa aking resolusyon na atin pong harapin na, ngayon na, itong patungkol sa voting separately. Sana po ay makasabay na ito sa ating pagdinig sa patungkol naman po sa pang-ekonomiyang probisyon. Sapagkat sa akin pong palagay, ito na po ang panahon upang linawin natin kung ano man po ang nakaligtaan ng mga bumuo ng 1987 Constitution. Tayo po ang maging daan upang malinawan, matigil na ang kalituhan, at tayo po magkaroon na ng katahimikan at hindi na maulit muli ang mga palitan ng salita, mga press releases, sapagkat ito lamang po ang solusyon. Kapag ka ito ay naamyendahan natin ang Section 1 ng Article 17, matatapos na po ang usapin. Yan na po ang magbibigay ng closure na talagang ang ating saligang batas, ang pinagtitibay ng ating saligang batas ay bicameral. Ang dalawang house at ang dalawang house ay may kanya-kanyang power, voting power. Hindi po pwedeng kailanman ay maging jointly. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at mabuhay po ang Senado.
Maraming salamat sa ating kapatid, Robin Hood Padilla.
Our Senate President Pro Tem for bringing them today in this August chamber. With that, Mr. President, may I ask that our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Legarda, be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank you.
our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the Pundakit Virtuosi String and Psalm was developed by the Casa San Miguel in San Antonio, Zambales as part of a community-based arts program that seeks to create opportunities for children from humble backgrounds through music and the arts. It's a regional arts center, and it aims to be the leading community center holistic arts and culture education in Region 3. And as of 2023, there are 2 satellite locations in Tondo and in Batangas. And Pundakit Virtuosi has toured over 18 cities and 9 countries, including Frankfurt in 2019. And the students come from not very well-off families from Bataan, Pampanga, even the Ilocos region, Pangasinan, Davao, and Samar. So we're very grateful to the Zambales-based youth orchestra that was founded by violinist, world-renowned Alfonso Coke Bolipata, converting the family's ancestral home in Zambales into an arts center. So I thought that I would bring them to you, being the first week of Arts Month, which is February, so that we can also continue to help the children of farmers and indigent families who are involved in arts and culture. Thank you, Mr. President.
Will you also be involved, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore, in the next week's opening on Monday with another equally talented group? Another group.
I am
equally
here
talented.
to help every day of the week, Mr. President, in any way. Tomorrow, there are 2 openings of exhibits to celebrate Arts Month as well. But these children come all the way from Zambales, and so it's not very easy. But I know what you mean. You're asking me to sponsor every Monday.
At least recommend.
I would be happy to recommend. In fact, on my second term, maybe 10, 15 years ago, we had Federico Caballero, a national living treasure, a Gamaba awardee who delivered a chant at the opening of session. That was long ago, maybe 2007. That would be interesting to have our Gamaba awardees who are part of intangible heritage. Yes, so if you're giving me that assignment to curate the Monday performances,
Absolutely.
why not? Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We'd like
Thank
to
you.
volunteer you to that, of course, that job description. As we need your, of course, your knowledge, your dial on all these issues. Especially if you can get also, Madam Senate President Pro Tempore, IP,
Yes.
Indigenous Peoples
Yes.
Singers. Because that's one thing we lack. We've heard kundiman, we've heard ensembles, like string ensembles, we've heard even rondillo.
Yes.
But one thing I've not heard in a long time is songs by indigenous peoples.
We will do that. It's the beginning of Arts Month, and there are 4 Mondays, and I will ensure that within the month of February, we will have a Bayang Magiliw, Lupang Hinirang song, and another song to be rendered by any of our more than 100 ethno-linguistic groups. Thank you for that new assignment. Thank you for your interest and your support.
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes, Senator Risa Hontiveros is recognized before we call for the roll of members.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa Senate President Pro Tempore for bringing this wonderful youth orchestra and sharing their beautiful music with us. Ini-enjoy po namin ni Minority Leader yung fact na mukhang individually mahuhusay silang mga musiko and yet playing together even without a conductor, how beautifully they harmonized. And just to add one last note, Mr. President, dun sa biographical note shared with us by Sen. Loren, if I remember correctly, one of the early programs also of the Bolipata family in Pundakit at their Casa San Miguel was that they would regularly sponsor sabbaticals for artists in different genre. So to rest there, to recharge, to create while there. Hindi lang po mga performing artists, as varied genres as may isa po akong kaibigan, her art is illustrating children's books with petals and leaves. And she was one of the artists sponsored by the Bolipata family at the Casa San Miguel in Pundakit. So, just that note of thanks, Mr. President, at ang ganda po kapag tayo sa Senado no, susuportahan po natin yung patuloy na pag-unlad ng mga sining at kultura dito sa ating bansa. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, our dear colleague. May I just ask, what does Pundakit mean? Is there meaning? Sorry.
Mr. President, it's the name of the mountain range in that area where they're from, in Casa
Okay.
San Miguel. Ito po yung bundok, Pundakit.
Pundakit.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So, Secretary, please call the roll.
So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Mr. President, it is with such joy and pride that I wish to thank this august chamber for approving on third reading Senate Bill number 2449, which lays down organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police, amending Republic Act numbers 6975 and 8551. RA 8551 mandated the NAPOLCOM and the PNP to propose organizational reforms to our National Police Agency to be approved by Congress. For several Congresses, Mr. President, the proposal to institutionalize these much-needed reforms in the Philippine National Police barely moved. In some Congresses, the said proposal was given the courtesy of a committee hearing, while in others, it was simply read on first reading and then archived. As a consequence, the PNP was forced by circumstance to operate and function with an organizational structure based on a law crafted 25 years ago. To my colleagues, Senator Bong Revilla and Senator J.B. Ejercito, who also co-sponsored the bill, co-author Senate President Mig Soberi, Senator Bongo, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Ligarda, and Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva. Thank you for the support you have shown this bill, for seeing not just its necessity, but also its urgency. Kina Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Bongo, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Chis Escudero, Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Risa Hontiveros, and Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Jingo Estrada. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Sani Angara. Maraming salamat sa inyong tulong. Kung ang pagsasabatas ng isang panukala ay ihahalin tulad natin sa paggawa ng bahay, malaki ang aking kumpiyansa na ang bahay na ating tinatayo ay matatag at hindi mapipinsala ng anumang unos o sama ng panahon. Pinatibay po ng inyong bawat tanong, komento at suhestyon ang pundasyon ng panukalang ito. And of course, to the personnel of the Philippine National Police, headed by the able leadership of Police General Benjamin Acorda Jr., the Chief PNP, along with Police Major General Rodolph Dimas, the Director for Plans, as well as Police Brigadier General Ponce Rogelio Piñones Jr., Police Colonel Wilson A. Santos, Police Colonel Ricky Dililis, Police Major William Aspilan Jr., and Police Major Joey S. De Los Santos, and to the National Police Commission with Alberto A. Bernardo, Vice Chairperson and Executive Officer, Commissioner Edelberto D.C. Leonardo, Commissioner Ricardo P. Bernabe III, Commissioner Beatriz Aurora A. Vega Cancio, Staff Service Chief Planning and Research Service Evangeline R. Almirante, Staff Service Chief Legal Affairs Service Attorney Chito Noel D. Bustonera, and Special Police Assistant to Napolcom, Police Colonel Lodimer N. Llanita, and to the Department of Interior and Local Government led by our competent Secretary Benjamin Abalos Jr. Words are not enough to thank you for your patience, your wisdom, and your hard work. After all these years, finally, the PNP organizational reforms we sought to introduce are being materialized. They are beginning to see the light of day. I hope we can all welcome that day together when this measure is passed into law soon enough. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to this august body. We have acted in the spirit of the words of George Bernard Shaw, refusing to wait for the right opportunity. We have instead gone ahead and created the opportunity. Moving forward, I have more reason to hope, Mr. President. May this be the year that they receive in their honorable institution the legislative reforms they so rightfully deserve. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, this juncture, may I just move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 44th session, Tuesday, January 30, 2024, and 45th session, Wednesday, January 31, 2024, and consider the same as approved. So moved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from San Juan is seeking the floor, the Honorable Senator Jingoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our dear colleague, the gentleman from San Juan, the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and on Labor, Senator Jingoy Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. First of all, I just received a news feed with regard to a resolution passed by the House of Representatives just a while ago, and the title reads as follows. A resolution expressing unwavering solidarity and support to the leadership of the Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez in upholding the integrity and honor of the House of Representatives in the face of intense assault from the Senate in violation of the principle of interparliamentary courtesy and undue interference in the performance of its legislative and constituent functions. Mr. President, if a leader is embattled or beleaguered in the case of the House of Representatives, it is but normal for the members of the House to express their unwavering support. And if our Senate President here in the Senate is also beleaguered and embattled, we, the members of the Senate, will also express our full support to the leadership of our Senate President. That's normal. But what I cannot understand is the phrase intense assault coming from the Senate. I have been a defender of this institution for more than a decade, and I love this institution. But what I cannot accept is that the resolution, the title of the resolution is there, intense assault. May you please enlighten me with the definition of intense assault, Mr. President? Because as far as I know, as far as I can remember, if my memory serves me right, there was no direct assault coming from the Senate and towards any member of the House of Representatives. Maybe the minority floor leader can enlighten me with the definition of intense assault. And just a minute. And we violated, in violation of the principle of interparliamentary courtesy and undue interference in the performance of its legislative and constituent functions. What did we violate? I don't think we violated any rule. I don't think we violated the interparliamentary courtesy because we have always observed it from the very start, Mr. President. And I think this resolution is an affront to the Senate as an institution, Mr. President.
Yes, Minority Floor Leader.
Just to respond to the manifestation of our brave and honorable colleague, Senator Estrada, who has always been, I've noticed that, yes, he always rises to support this institution or a member of this institution, Mr. President. Meron din po kasi sa title ng kanilang resolution. I think the purpose of the resolution of the House, which was passed, I think today?
Yes,
Today, not today,
I understand
this
it's today.
afternoon, is to express their support to their speaker. Yeah, okay.
And that's normal,
Congratulations
Mr.
to the speaker. That's why he is the speaker and he will remain to be the speaker. Pero bakit kasi meron pa po silang allegations that they are doing this, they are reiterating the support for the speaker because they are facing intense assault from the Senate, so from us. Tapos in violation of the principle of interparliamentary courtesy and undue interference in the performance of its legislative and constituent function. So, as I understand the title, dalawa pong accusations sa Senado. It's tatlo, lagyan na natin tatlo. There's an intense assault coming from us and then we are violating interparliamentary courtesy and we are unduly interfering in their performance of legislative and constituent functions. Masarap po sana hindi na ito patulan pero nasa title pa eh. So, that means they really believe this, Mr. President. So, I do not know what the House is after. And then meron pa po sila sa isang whereas clauses nila. I just failed to count kung what number this is, no? Ito na lang po. Whereas on January 30, 2024, the Senate conducted an investigation without a clear legislative purpose, specifically directed at discrediting the Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Marcos G. Romualdez and the House of Representatives. Ngayon, di ba po, Mr. President, when I allege that a member of this House has personal or ulterior motives, bawal po yun, di ba? That's unparliamentary conduct. Ito naman baliktad. Sinasabihan tayo ng House of Representatives na yung investigation natin, although sa title, in aid of legislation, wala daw tayong clear legislative purpose. Okay? I mean, that is the unparliamentary conduct, Mr. President. And for the information of the House, in a few minutes, I will already be filing a bill to make complete, in my opinion, which makes complete RA 6735. So now it can be used now as the legal basis for a people's initiative. Kasi yan ang ruling ng Supreme Court. Alam na natin yan, na-remind tayo ulit because of this incident and our hearings, na-reinforce na mga resource persons, na ganito nga yung ruling ng Supreme Court, ito yung kahinaan ng batas. So ayan yung clear legislative purpose at ito na ang clear legislative result. A bill will be filed which hopefully will now be sufficient to make RA 6735 as a clear, sufficient, and adequate basis for the people to exercise the right to initiate amendments to our Constitution. So, nakakalungkot that the House, our co-equal body here in the legislative branch, has accused us of practices which they are doing in the very same accusatory document, Mr. President. So, So, ano ba talaga ang gusto nila? So siguro, the leadership, siguro, of the two houses must have a dialogue. So maybe our majority leader can talk to the majority leader of the House, Mr. President, for an honest-to-goodness dialogue. Ano ba talaga ang gusto nila? Kasi the document, pagbasahin mo, it betrays something. They want something which they seem not to be able to state properly and directly, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I haven't attended any hearing of the resolution filed regarding the People's Initiative chaired by Senator Ivy Marcos, but I have been monitoring the events of the hearings that has been held by the Committee on Electoral Reforms. But never did I see or hear anybody or any member of the Senate accusing or assaulting any member of the House, especially the Speaker of the House. Wala naman hong binabanggit na pangalan ng kahit sinong representante ng Kamara dun sa House of Representatives. That's why I am picked because, again, the Senate as an institution is again facing another challenge here because of this resolution that has been approved by the House of Representatives, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may just a
Yes, please proceed, Majority Leader.
very short manifestation as I heard my name from the minority leader. Mr. President, during the hearing conducted by the chairperson in charge here in the Senate, Senator Amy Marcos, there are a lot of things that we were able to discover in aid of legislation, and that's why my question is if there is a resolution calling for an inquiry in aid of legislation, is this considered unparliamentary, Mr. President? Because in that particular hearing alone, Mr. President, we were able to air out a lot of concerns, particularly, for example, Mr. President, how the Commission on Election would actually address the receiving of signatures, Mr. President. 2 days later, Mr. President, after the hearing, I asked for our provincial election officer in Bulacan. And she herself stated that thank God for the meeting because right now, everything is under the scrutiny now of not just Congress but also of the Commission on Elections. For example, Mr. President, there was a time for a long period of time that the members of the Commission would say that it is just a ministerial duty for them to receive the signatures. And then all of a sudden, the NBank came up with a resolution saying, stop receiving, suspend the receipt of all these signatures. And so, what is it, Mr. President? Is it really ministerial? Is it discretionary? And now, during the hearing, it came about that COMELEC has been issuing certification. The Annex B came out. And so I asked, Mr. President, why are we issuing certification? I thought it's just a ministerial duty. Now, you're certifying. Now, the word certification means you are doing something. It's not just receiving, not just a ministerial duty. You are certifying. Now, the million-dollar question is, how do you certify? How do you certify? And it appears there's no basis on how the Commission would certify these documents, Mr. President. Don't you think it's helpful, Mr. President? I think it's very helpful. Now, on the part of this representation as a member of this August chamber, it bothers me, Mr. President, that our co-equal House, with the House of Representatives, would accuse the Senate of coming up with these so-called intense attacks, Mr. President. Intense attacks. I've been a member of Congress for quite some time, 9 years in the House of Representatives. I've never heard of any resolution like this, Mr. President. I am not going to file a resolution here in the Senate to congratulate our Senate President and tell him, Mr. President, we are all behind you. Or Senator Marcos, we are all behind you. I don't need to do that. Why? May isang salita. Ang mga senador, may isang salita. Hindi natin kailangan yun, Mr. President. The fact that we see each other, yung pagkamay natin sa isa't isa, alam na natin. Meron na tayong pinagkaisahan. Meron tayong pinagkasunduan, Mr. President. I cannot say otherwise with the other chamber, Mr. President, because, and I think this is the root cause of the problem, I think the leader of the House is not sharing the information that was shared to us by our Senate President. Doon sa mga pag-uusap. Doon sa mga napag-usapan. Na, dumating yung mga pagkakataon ilang beses na hindi sila tumupad sa pinag-usapan. At ngayon, binibigyan pa tayo ng deadline ng isa, kung sino man yun, kung anong gagawin ng Senado. Tayo ba utusan dito, Mr. President? Tayo ba ay basta susunod na lamang kahit kanino? Mismong presidente ng Pilipinas, hindi ko narinig na sinabihan ang ating Senate President. I was there, Mr. President, during the meetings. Hindi ko kailanman narinig ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas at sabihin sa atin na ganito lang, dapat ganito yung timeline nyo, tapos na kayo, etc. And we are even talking about the soul of our nation. Mr. President, I take offense as I join the gentleman from San Juan in raising this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President, itong panawagan ko po, Mr. President, na although this representation will soon file my own bill to improve 6735 because I filed also a bill in the 17th Congress, so medyo familiar na po yung opisina ko sa topic and we're ready with our own version. But I think our committee must continue and finish the work, Mr. President, and file a committee report, ano talagang findings, and then if there is also a bill coming from the committee, i-file na rin po natin yun. So it's without prejudice to my own, to the bill which I am filing soon, Mr. President. So let's finish the hearing in aid of legislation to its logical conclusion. That is my call to this body and to the committee, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And on my part, as your chosen leader for this institution, I would like to say that it is very unfortunate that it had to come down to this. As a matter of fact, the last 2 weeks, araw-araw po ang press conferences ng iba't ibang kongresista na umaatake sa atin. Halos lahat ng meetings, umaapela po ako sa mga senador, let's bring down the temperature. Remember, I always say that, let's bring down the temperature of this heated political fight between the House and the Senate. As a matter of fact, in the last Monday's press con with the majority floor leader and the Senate President pro tempore, there were questions asked. May mga katanungan po yung mga media na leading questions na mapapaaway talaga tayo sa mga kongresista. Ang palagi kong binabanggit, babaan natin ang temperatura ng away ng Kamara de Representante at ng Senado. Para sa ganun ay back to regular programming na po tayo at makapasa po tayo ng mga legislatura o mga bills na kailangan ng ating bansa. It is unfortunate that the other side, even over the weekend, nagpalabas po ng banat sa akin na itupad ang pangako daw natin na may timeline on March na tapusin yung RBH 6. Alam niyo po, although we are co-equal legislative branch, but we're an independent body in the Senate. We respect each and individual senator here. We do not shepherd the members of the Senate like sheep in a flock. Here in the Senate, everyone is free to deliver their feelings, their advocacies, and their policies on certain issues. Hindi po natin gawaan dito sa Senado na kung ako, utusan ko kayo na ipasa ang RBH 6 in 2 weeks, baka akong tatanggalin ninyo, mga kasamahan ko. Diba? Who am I to force my 23 other members? I am just as you say in the Supreme Court, I am first of equals. Equal po tayo lahat dito. And so, it is unfortunate that it has led to that. Even the media can see and say that I have not said anything derogatory about any member of the House of Representatives. All my privileged speeches and all my statements, and these are statements, hindi po to interview na uminit ang ulo ko at nagsalita po ako. All my statements and privileged speeches have been about the institution, about the bicameral nature of Congress, about checks and balances. Always about that. Wala po akong personality na pinapatamaan. Wala po. Kaya kung feeling assaulted sila, how? How? If the committee is just performing its duty, if Committee on Electoral Reforms is just performing its duties, they deal on facts. Very clear in the last hearing, the last 2 hearings, the facts have come out. The facts have been coming out. If there is whether it is for or against the topic at hand or the decisions at hand, so be it. But we're just dealing with facts. Now, how do we end this? I do not know. This impasse between the House of Representatives and the Senate. Again, many of our colleagues, like Senator Angara and Senator Bato de la Rosa, have already said ceasefire. As a matter of fact, I have not been discussing this issue and been telling the media babaan natin yung temperatura para makatrabaho na po tayo. Parang ayaw po sumunod ng House of Representatives at hindi na po natin kasalanan yun, mga kababayan ko. Hindi na po namin kasalanan yun. As far as we're concerned, we are back to work. We just passed the PNP reorganization bill, which is a priority measure of the President. And in the coming weeks, we'll be passing other priority measures. Pero rest assured, ang ipapasa natin, hindi dahil lamang nasa listahan na hinihingi po ng eksekutibo. Marami tayong ipapasa ng mga batas dito na wala sa listahan, pero sa tingin ng senador, tingin ng Senado ay napakahalaga para sa kapakanan ng ating bansa at ng ating mga kababayan. Hindi tayo utus-utusan lamang na nandyan ang listahan, please pass immediately. And we take pride that we in the Senate allow each and every member to stand up, to deliberate, to debate on these issues. That's the Senate. That is the bulwark, this institution is a bulwark of democracy and of free speech. Wala po tayong sinesensor dito. Wala po tayong pinapagalitan dito. Dahil gusto po nilang mag-participate, mag-amenda, at makipagdebate. We take pride of that. And I'm proud of each and every one of you to stand up for these principles. Kaya mabuhay ang Senado, mabuhay ang ating demokrasya sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat. Please,
Thank you,
go
Mr.
ahead.
President. Just an unsolicited advice para hindi na masyado lumaki itong sunog yung away ng House tsaka ng Senado, because I've been here since 2004 and this is the first time that I have witnessed na talaga nagkakabangayan itong dalawang bahay ng Kongreso, ang Senado at tsaka yung House of Representatives. If I may suggest, siguro yung leadership ng Senate tsaka leadership ng House mag-usap-usap na para matapos na. Ano ba talaga gusto ninyo, pare ko? Ano ba gusto natin dito mangyari para matapos na lahat? Kasi balang araw, habang tumatagal yung away ng House of Representatives at Senado, baka bumagsak yung ekonomiya natin. Yun ang nakakatakot. Baka matakot yung ating mga foreign investors, hindi na pumasok dito. That's why I suggest, my humble suggestion is that if you want me to make representations with the House of Representatives, I will do that. Para lang magkaroon tayo ng settlement. Para wala namang masyadong bangayan na nangyayari sa atin. If kung utusan niyo po ako, Ginoong Pangulo, I can do that. Kahit ngayon, pwede kong tawagan sila speaker.
But we will no, that function is of the position of the leadership. With due respect,
Yes, yes.
Senator Angara, Senator Estrada. And bukas naman ang tanggapan namin ni Speaker na makipag-usap. I just don't know kung kailan, but within the eventual future,
Maybe,
I think we'll be
Mr. President, maybe the three of you, Senate President Pro Temp, and the Majority Floor Leader, or even the Minority Floor Leader if he wants to.
you know, for the good of the country, we will do
For
it.
the good of the country.
For the good of the country, we'll do it, as I said, no? Hindi po personal ito. Hindi po tayo gumagawa ng hakbang para mapaganda ang buhay ng mga senador. Dito, trabaho lang po tayo para sa ating bansa. So, for the good of the country, bukas ang tanggapan namin para makipag-usap sa House of Representatives para matigil na po itong bangayan na ito.
It's nice to hear, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I also put into the records my sincerest support with the statement of the Senate President that despite the fact na ilang beses hindi tumutugon yung ating mga nakausap, para sa bayan, gagawin pa rin natin yung we will continue to walk the extra. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng lupon na ito, tumitindig po ako sa pulpitong ito sa bisa ng kolektibo at personal na pribilehyo na iginawad sa inyong abang lingkod ng mamamayang Pilipino. Napaka-init po, masalimuot at mapanghati. Ganito po ang aking paglalarawan sa mga pangyayaring bumalot at nangingibabaw sa mga ulo ng mga balita sa ating bayan nitong mga nakalipas na linggo at hanggang ngayon pong kasalukuyan. Mabuti na lamang po ay mayroong magandang balita na nangyayari dito po sa Senado. Hindi po mapagkakaila na pati po tayo dito, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ay may mga forces na gusto rin tayong guluhin. Katunayan, ang inyo pong lingkod ay pinipilit ng mga ibang forces na ito. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, wala pong pinakamagandang nangyari sa pagiging senador ko kung hindi yung panahon na ang akin pong Ginoong Pangulo, ang Senate President at ang Senate Tempor at ang ginagalang kong Senador Sani Angara at Senadora Loren Ligarda ay nag-file na itong bill na atin pong dinidinig, isang resolusyon, isang panukala na nagbibigay buhay sa akin pong mga adhikain. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, yun po ang pinakamagandang desisyon na nakita ko at pinakatamang desisyon na pamunuan po ito ng ating abogado at ekonomista na si Senator Sani Angara. Sapagkat ito po ay, ang pinag-uusapan po dito ay sanga-sanga. Sanga-sanga na po. Katunayan sa ginanap pong pagdinig kanina, ay napag-usapan po yung mga tensyon at mga diskusyon na nakaakibat ng panukala na ito. Itong resolusyon na ito, itong hakbangin na ito. Sapagkat hindi po may pagkakaila at kanina ilang beses din na sinabi na yung nasa Section 1, Artikulo 17 ng ating saligang batas na nagsasaad na ang anumang susog o pagbabago sa konstitusyon, ito ay maaaring ipanukala ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng 3/4 na boto ng lahat ng mga kagawad nito. Sa wikang Ingles, any amendment to or revision of this Constitution may be proposed by Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Marami na pong mga eksperto, lupo ng mga abogado, mambabatas, mga maestrado, at legal luminaries na nagbigay ng kani-kanilang mga interpretasyon sa probisyong ito. Halimbawa po, ayon kina dating Justice Vicente V. Mendoza at iba pang mga bihasa sa konstitusyon, ang dalawang houses ay dapat magtagpo at magdebate ng sabayan jointly. Pero boboto ng hiwalay, separately. Malinaw po yan na ipinagdiinan ni Justice Vicente V. Mendoza. Gama din po natin ang silakbo ng damdamin ni Justice Mendoza sa ating pagdinig sa Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Code sa kanyang naratibo tungkol sa talastasan sa pagitan ni na Commissioner Jose Suarez at Commissioner Florence Regalado sa komposisyon ng Section 1 at 2 ng Artikulo 17. Base po sa opisyal na record, sa paglilinaw ni Commissioner Regalado, sakaling bicameral legislative body ang mamutawi, sinabi po mismo ni Commissioner Suarez na ilalagay sa konstitusyon ang pariralang in joint session assembled. Bagamat ito po ay tila nakaligtaan. Hindi naman po tahimik ang mga tala sa intensyong ito. Ginoong Pangulo, atin pong binibigyan diin na sa 1987 Constitution, ang mismong bumuhay muli sa bicameralism sa Pilipinas matapos ipatupad ang unicameralism noong 1973. Malinaw po dito ang intensyon ng mga delegado upang panatilihin ang bicameralism sa ating kasalukuyang konstitusyon. Nararapat din po nating isaalang-alang na sa probisyon pagdating sa kapangyarihang maghayag ng pag-iral ng kalagayang digma o Declaration of State of War, sinasaad po ng 1987 Constitution, the Congress, by vote of 2/3 of both houses in joint session assembled, voting separately, shall have the sole power to declare existence of a state of war. Yan po ay nasa Seksyon 23, Artikulo 6. Mas malinaw pa po ito sa sikat ng araw, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Kung sa mismong pagdideklara ng kalagayang digma nga po, ay sinasabi na ang dalawang kapulungan na magkasamang magtitipon sa sesyon at magkahiwalay ang pagboto. Magkahiwalay. Nararapat lamang po na ito rin ang gamiting panuntuan sa pamamaraan ng pagboto ng mga mambabatas pagdating sa pag-amyenda ng saligang batas. Dahil po dito, iminumungkahi po ng inyong lingkod sapagkat ilang beses po inulit ng mga bihasa, mga magagaling na sa konstitusyon natin, ilang beses nilang inulit. Kanina sa hearing, sinasabi mismo nila na oversight. Oversight ito. Talagang nakalimutan. Talagang hindi na ilagay. Ilang beses po nilang inulit. Kaya ang akin pong mungkahi, Ginoong Pangulo, bakit hindi po natin unang harapin yung usapin ng pagboto doon sa usapin ng voting separately? Sapagkat ito pong ating panukala, ating resolusyon, ating gustong ibahagi, ang lahat ng ito, kapag ka hindi na naman natuloy, halimbawa, wag naman sana ipahintulot ng Panginoon Diyos na matuloy na ang amenda ng economic provision. No, halimbawa, hindi po natuloy, titigil na naman po ang usapin patungkol sa voting separately. Mananahimik na naman tayo. Etong 19th Congress, palalampasin po ba natin ang pagkakataon na sa atin mismo, tayo mismo, amendahan na natin yaang nasa Artikulo 17, Section 1. Tayo na po ang mag-amenda at ilagay na natin yung sinasabi ng mga eksperto sa batas kanina, sa saligang batas, sinasabi nila ng nakaligtaan. Kaya po tayo ay nagsulong kanina upang amendahan po mismo, upang matuldukan na po talaga ang kalituhang dulot ng probisyon na ito. Sa pamamagitan po yan, Ginoong Pangulo, na isang resolusyon na aking inihain kanina umaga. Ayon nga po kay Professor Emeritus Dr. Gerardo P. Sicat mula sa School of Economics ng Universidad ng Pilipinas, merong mga pagkakamaling nakapaloob sa ating kasalukuyang konstitusyon na napagtanto lamang natin matapos ang ilang dekada ng pagtalima dito. Tama po si Dr. Sicat na kung ordinaryong batas lamang po ito ay napakadali ng maging proseso sa mga mungkahing susog. Subalit dahil ang supreme law of the land na po ang ating pinag-uusapan, hindi natin ito pwedeng basta-basta maisakatuparan. Ginoong Pangulo, ang akin pong salmo sa inyo at sa aking mga kasama, kasabay po sana nating talakayin ang patungkol po sa aking resolusyon na atin pong harapin na, ngayon na, itong patungkol sa voting separately. Sana po ay makasabay na ito sa ating pagdinig sa patungkol naman po sa pang-ekonomiyang probisyon. Sapagkat sa akin pong palagay, ito na po ang panahon upang linawin natin kung ano man po ang nakaligtaan ng mga bumuo ng 1987 Constitution. Tayo po ang maging daan upang malinawan, matigil na ang kalituhan, at tayo po magkaroon na ng katahimikan at hindi na maulit muli ang mga palitan ng salita, palitan ng mga press releases, sapagkat ito lamang po ang solusyon. Kapag ka ito ay naamendahan natin ang Section 1 ng Article 17, matatapos na po ang usapin. Yan na po ang magbibigay ng closure na talagang ang ating saligang batas, ang pinagtitibay ng ating saligang batas ay bicameral. Ang dalawang house at ang dalawang house na ito ay may kanya-kanyang power, voting power. Hindi po pwedeng kailanman ay maging jointly. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at mabuhay po ang Senado.
Maraming salamat sa ating kapatid, Robin Padilla.
A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isang pagbati po ng isang magandang umaga po. Isang bagong umaga para sa inang bayang Pilipinas. At ako po ay umaapaw po ang kaligayahan sa aking puso sapagkat yung akin pong idol senator na yung pong matatawag kong isa sa mentor ko po dito sa Senado ay akin pong kasama at siya po ang chairman ng subcommittee na ito. Alam niyo po, isa pong karangalan talaga na isang senador na abogado, isang senador na ekonomista. Siya po ngayon ang chairman ng subcommittee na ito. Maraming salamat po sa usapin na yan. Sa mga tagapangulo po, dadating naman po ang ating Ginoong Pangulo. Babanggitin ko na rin po siya. Maraming salamat sa aming Ginoong Pangulo, Senator Mig Subiri, sapagkat siya po ang namuno sa hakbangin na ito na maamendahan ang economic provision sa saligang batas. Ako po ay sumasaludo sa aming Ginoong Pangulo. Ako din po ay nagbibigay pugay kay Sir Gary Teves, ang akin pong tumatayong economic advisor. At ako po ay naliligayahan at kasama po natin siya ngayon bilang isang atin pong resource speaker. At ganun din po ang aking kaibigan na si Orion. Sir, maraming salamat po at nandito po kayo. Noon pa man, batid naman po ninyo ang aking damdamin tungkol sa pag-amyenda ng ating saligang batas. Simula nang ako ay mahalal bilang senador at maitalagang tagapangulo ng committee ito, ay isinulong na po ng inyong lingkod ang mga mungkahing susog, partikular sa mga pang-ekonomiyang probisyon na sa aking paniniwala ay nagiging hadlang sa ating pag-arangkada tungo sa tunay na pag-unlad. Subukan po nating lagyan ng konteksto. Ang ilan sa mga economic provisions sa 1987 Constitution na hinahangad nating amendahan ay minana pa po natin sa mga naunang saligang batas. Marami-rami ng dekada ang nakalipas. Ito po ang panahong sariwa pa sa kaisipan at damdamin ng mga bumalangkas ng konstitusyon ang napakahabang mga taon ng pananakop ng mga dayuhan sa ating bayan. Kaya't pinalakas ang Filipino First. Ito ang prinsipyong isinasaisip at isinapuso ng mga delegado. Fast forward po tayo sa kasalukuyan. Ano po ba ang kinaharap ng Pilipinas bilang isang bansa sa kontemporaryong panahon? Meron pong isang termino, globalisasyon. By definition, globalization is the word used to describe the growing interdependence of the world's economies, cultures, and populations brought about by cross-border trade in goods and services, technology, and flows of investment, people, and information. Sa isang kalungkutan, ang mahigpit na provision po sa ating saligang batas ay hindi na angkop sa pandaydigang kalakaran sa ekonomiya. Nabanggit na rin po natin ito noon. Sa kasalukuyan ng ating bansa ay pangatlo sa 83 na ekonomiya. Sa pinakamahigpit sa mga regulasyon base sa Foreign Direct Investment Regulatory Restrictiveness Index ng Organization for Economic Cooperation Development. Base sa Foreign Direct Investment Attractiveness Scorecard noong 2020, ang Pilipinas ay nasa dulo, 13th sa 14th na ekonomiya sa Asia Pacific. Pang 13 po tayo sa 14 na ekonomiya sa Asia Pacific. Batid naman po nating sinubukan na itong gamutin sa pamamagitan ng pagpasa ng Public Services Act. Subalit nga po, nung ating binigyan diin nung nakaraan at binanggit din ng ating Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, ang nakabinbing pang-question po nito sa Korte Suprema ay nagbibigay pa rin ng alinlangan sa mga dayuhang mamumuhunan. Ito po ang dahilan kung kaya't hindi pa tayo makaarangkada sa implementasyon ng batas. Sa paghahain po ng resolusyon bilang 6 ng ating mga iginagalang na mga senador, Senate President Zubiri, Senadora Ligarda at Senador Angara, natutuwa po ako na mabibigyan ng pagkakataon ang diskusyon sa pagpapaluwag ng ating konstitusyon tungkol sa mga restriksyon sa mga pampublikong kagamitan, institusyong pang-edukasyon at industriya ng advertising. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa tagapangulo ng Senado sa kanyang malawat na pangunawa sa prinsipyong aking tinitindigan, gayon din sa aking mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. Muli po, ako po ay nagpupugay sa ating Pangulo ngayon ng subcommittee na ito, Senator Sani Angara, sapagkat ito pong hakbang na ito ay tunay na aking pong pinaniniwalaan na makatutulong sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa at makawala po sa tanikala ng pangungutang sapagkat sa usapin po ng lohika, kapag ka may investment, ibig sabihin may puhunan. Kapag ka may puhunan, ay merong iikot na pera. At pag umikot ng pera, magkakaroon po ng trabaho, magkakaroon ng tamang sweldo, at magkakaroon po ng ibig sabihin ng pagtakbo at pag-ikot ng ekonomiya. Kaya muli po, maraming salamat at mabuhay po.
Maraming salamat, Chairperson Senator Robin Padilla, ang chair ng ating Committee on Constitutional Amendments. Thank you for the kind words, Senator Chairman Robin. At gusto nating kilalanin din po ang ating mga kasamahan na kakarating lang po. Senator Risa Hontiveros, our chair of the
Chair.
Committee on Women. Good morning, ma'am. And the Deputy Minority Leader as well. Senator J.B. Ejercito, our Deputy Majority Leader and the chair of the Senate Committees on Housing and Local Government. And of Senator Win Gatchalian, our hardworking chair of the Committee on Basic Education and hindi na energy, I always think your energy. Ways and Means. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for your trust and the chairman's trust in having me chair this committee. We'd like to acknowledge our very distinguished guests, and we're very fortunate today to have them with us. We have them in person as well as online. We have no less than former Chief Justice Hilario Davide Jr., who is with us. I think he's come all the way from Cebu. Thank you, sir. We have former Justice Adolfo Ascuna, who was also here last week for the suffrage or electoral reforms hearing. And also we have online another framer of the Constitution, Attorney Christian Monsod. Can you hear us, Attorney Monsod? Morning, sir. Thank you for joining us, sir. And a legal luminaries, a known constitutionalist, Justice Vicente, or VV for short, Mendoza. Good morning, sir. We have from the IBP, or the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, representing President Pido, is Attorney Marlo Distura. Morning, sir. And of course, not just legal luminaries, meron din po tayong magagaling na mga ekonomista. We have Dr. Gerardo Sicat from the UP School of Economics, who was one of the first NEDA Director Generals, if I'm not mistaken, sir. We have, maybe we could say from the opposite side of the spectrum, Sunny Africa, a graduate of, they say it's a good institution, the London School of Economics, and representing the Ibon Foundation. Morning, sir. We have a former Finance Secretary, Gary Teves, is with us. Sir, morning. And from the Constitutional Reform and Reunification Movement, we have Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum. Morning, sir. Thank you. We invited more, but I think some could not make it and some submitted their position papers, which we will share with the members of the committee and the public. Hopefully, we can post those online as well. So I'd just like to ask, before I turn it over to our distinguished resource persons, tatanong ko lang po sa ating kasamahan, baka meron silang pangunahing gustong sabihin or initial remarks. Your Honors, yeah. Senator Risa, go ahead, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Salamat kasi ang hearing natin na ito para sa resolution of both houses, RBH 6, ay tanda na parang suspended rin muna ang diskusyon dito sa Kongreso niyang huwad na People's Initiative. Kaya sana nga yung temporary suspension ng COMELEC ng mga proceedings sa PI maging permanent na rin. Itapon na natin sa basurahan yung PI na yan. In any case, dear colleagues, hindi po nabawasan ang pag-alala ko sa mga probisyon ng saligang batas na nais i-amyenda ng RBH 6. Kaya salamat po sa pagkakataong pag-usapan ito dahil magbabantay talaga ako na hindi tayo mahaluan ng mga panukalang magpapahina lang sa ating demokrasya. I will definitely be one of those not to allow any provisions that will make our critical industries and institutions and our irreplaceable resources vulnerable to foreign takeover and exploitation. Sa bagay, mas madali kasing sisihin ang walang kamalay-malay na dokumento kaysa sisihin ang mga totoong dahilan. Korupsyon, red tape, malabong burokrasya, at mataas na singil ng kuryente ang nagtataboy sa mga lokal at dayuhan na investor. Walang pananagutan ang 1987 Constitution sa mga bagay na yon. Una sa lahat, yung sinasabi nilang restrictive di umano, hindi po yan totoo. Bukas na po ang ating tindahan, ladies and gentlemen. We have introduced numerous legislation that have already liberalized our sectors. Ilan lang dito ang RA 10641 or amendments to the Foreign Bank Liberalization Act, the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, the Public Service Act, the Foreign Investments Act. So much of the Philippine economy is already open to foreign participation. Kung restrictions lang sa ekonomiya ang pag-uusapan, yung ating kapitbahay na Singapore, namamayagpag kahit na may restrictions sa critical industries at public utilities. Ang ibang bansa sa ASEAN, gaya ng Thailand at Indonesia, may kanya-kanya ding industriya na inaalagaan. Tayo? Kulelat pa rin, kahit maluwag na nga ang ekonomiya at marami ng probisyon para makapasok ang pera. Kaya hindi po solusyon ang tsa-tsa. Kahit sasabi nilang purely economic provisions para bawasan ang mga tunay na iniinda natin. Yung mismong roadmap nga ng pamahalaan sa pag-unlad, ang Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, wala ding nabanggit na dapat mag-tsa-tsa para dumami ang trabaho, puksain ang kahirapan, at pataasin ang kalidad ng buhay ng bansa. Wala ito sa napag-usapan. Kaya, huwag sana nating gawing collateral damage ang konstitusyon, ang mismong kaluluwa ng bansa. We, the Filipino people, will determine our destiny, hindi yung ambisyon lang ng iilan. Hindi rin natin hahayaang mabaliwala ang pagsisikap ng ating mga mamamayan, ng civil society, mga mass movements, na gumawa ng paraan para magkaroon ng totoong pagbabago sa lipunan sa pamamagitan ng lehitimong paraan, kaysa sa ginagawa ng mga ilehitimong puwersa dyan sa tabi-tabi na tinira tayo ng pailalim. May the 1987 Constitution light our discussions today, ladies and gentlemen. Handa po akong makinig at makibahagi, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Well said, Senator Risa. I'd just like to, before I recognize Senator Win, we'd just like to acknowledge some of our colleagues who have arrived. Chair of the Committee on National Defense, Public Order, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, former Chief of the PNP. And of course, our very much in the news, our Chair of the Committee on Electoral Reforms, the favorite sister of the President, Senator Amy Marcos. Madam, good morning. Good morning, sir. Senator Win, yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief opening statement. First of all, I'd like to thank the chairman of this subcommittee for hearing my resolution. I actually filed my first version of this amendment to the economic provisions of our Constitution in 2019, which is the previous Congress. And I would like to, gusto ko rin po pasalamatan po ang chairman ng Mother Committee na ito, Committee on Constitutional Amendments, for holding 10 hearings, Mr. Chairman, nationwide, no? From Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
Cebu, Baguio, Davao. Yeah. I'd
Chairman,
like to acknowledge also our majority leader, that's Senator Villanueva, and this is Senator Gatchalian. Go ahead, Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank Chairman Robin Padilla for starting the ball rolling with 10 hearings. In fact, I read parts of his hearing, I read the parts of the transcript of his hearings, and there were a lot of things covered, and it's good to discuss those items in greater detail in the days to come. But Mr. Chairman, I'd like to flash a few slides, no, that led me to file this resolution. First is the FDI restrictive index that was mentioned by Chairman Senator Robin Padilla. We're second in the whole world in terms of restrictedness, in terms of opening up our economy. And because of that restrictiveness, the FDI inward inflow in ASEAN, and this is the next slide, we're actually at the tail end of the pack in terms of attracting FDIs. And if you look at Singapore, which is a smaller country compared to us, they're attracting more than 5-6 times more FDIs compared to our country. So, Mr. Chairman, this led me to file this resolution. And admittedly, there are many issues and details that we need to discuss, especially unintended consequences. And I'm here to listen to our panel of experts as to what are the potential unintended consequences that we need to safeguard. But the overall goal of this representation is to create more jobs by opening up our economy, speed up our growth by attracting more FDIs to our country, and hopefully by amending our constitution, we can attract critical foreign direct investments to critical industries in our country. So again, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for hearing this resolution. And I thank again Senator Robin Padilla for hosting 10 hearings in this measure. Thank you.
Parang sinasabi mo, Senwin, dapat mag-10 hearings din ako. Ha? Baka hindi matuwa yung ating mga kaibigan sa kabilang kapulutan. But thank you for sharing with us those very important facts. Any other preliminary remarks from our colleagues before we go to our Senator Amy?
Yes, very briefly, as your former chairman of Economic Affairs, the truth is that I was in close contact with most of our foreign investors and locators almost daily, and never once did they mention a change in the Constitution. Each time they stated that there was a need for lower rates of electricity, infinitely better infrastructure, less red tape, and a predictable and reliable regulatory framework. At no point did they say that the Constitution needed to be changed. Having said that, I am also puzzled by the list that has been provided for public services, given the many problems we have had with NGCP and the constant investigations here in the Senate. We are all fully aware that basic education, as well as all aspects of private education, are shrinking in revenue, in number, and in employment. So why education will be turned over for foreigners, for our children, also being converted into aliens is a puzzlement to me. Finally, the addition of advertising is also somewhat bizarre, given that the large advertising multinationals are already present in the country, and that advertising involves very little investment at all. Having said that, on the economic aspect, may I also get perhaps some clarity on the manner by which the so-called restrictive economic provision shall be amended. The Senate version, passed by our good chairman, indicates a constituent assembly, without mentioning the name, but clearly stating that 3/4 would be involved. However, the House version calls for a constitutional convention, or at least that's what I understand from what was passed in third reading in March earlier last year. So if we could be elucidated on the process for the CONCON, which would clearly be far more expensive, and which would, in fact, surrender the control of both houses over the subject matter once the Constitutional Convention has been elected and convened. So what safeguards do we have, and what choice do we have between the CONCON and the CONAS, which, once again, is a difference between the two houses? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very much, Senator Amy. Very good questions, very good points, and we will seek clarity from our learned resource persons in due time. Yes, Senator Bato, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to state for the record that I am here to support you in this endeavor as our subcommittee chairman, and also our mother committee chairman, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. And I would like to listen to our highly esteemed resource persons. Na yung ibang pangalan ay memorize ko na nung ako'y elementary pa. Memorize ko na sa aking subject na social studies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Binima Jo, parang nagpapabata ka daw sa amin. Maka-college ka na doon sabi. Just joking. Thank you very much for the statement of support, which is very much appreciated, Senator Bato. If there our Majority Leader wishes to, yes, Majority Leader Senator Joel.
Thank you, and good morning to our dear colleagues, especially to our resource persons. This will be just very brief, just like Senator Bato de la Rosa. I'm here to support our colleagues. First of all, to Senator Robin Padilla, who exhaustively heard so many issues about this particular deliberation, and of course our subcommittee chairman Sani Angara. I think it is important to note that ang Senado ay tunay na may isang salita, Mr. President. We began our hearing today consistent with our commitment, the commitment of our Senate President to the President, to explore and study amendments to the economic provisions of the Constitution. This will be exhaustive hearings. Unlike itong Peking PI, hindi naman ito irarush. We will do it right, and we will follow our timetable, one that ensures that all voices are heard. This will be transparent. Our people will know what is going on and what we are talking about. Wala po tayong itatago dito, at higit sa lahat, wala pong kalokohan gaya ng mga nadiskubre ng ating mga kasamahan nung nagpunta sila sa Davao, ni Senator Amy, Senator Bato, and Senator Bongo. Ang Senado po kasi, ulitin ko, ay may isang salita. May isang salita. This was our commitment from the very beginning, and we only went off track because of this ill-fated Peking initiative that was pushed by some quarters with the support of the House of Representatives. At klaro po yan. Wala naman pong naniniwala na sa kanila na wala silang kinalaman dito. We have been told that if the Senate will tackle RBH 6, goodbye PI na raw. Gayon pa man, we will continue to be vigilant habang nakatutok po tayo dito sa RBH 6 hearings. Todo bantay din po tayo sa galaw ng mga kasamahan natin. Experience has taught us that what they say in the House and what they do can be two different things. Mr. Chairman, we will make sure that their words and actions are consistent. These are parallel efforts that aim to protect the processes involved in amending our charter, while we make sure that RBH 6 sticks to the original intention to amend only economic provisions of the Constitution, we will also continue to be proactive in our measures to thwart unconstitutional chacha efforts. Kasama dito po yung investigation natin dyan na pinangungunahan ni Senator Amy Marcos. Dinawin ko lang po kasi yung sinasabing ceasefire, ceasefire sa usapin ng PI. Kaya we will refrain from debating on this issue, pero yung ceasefire po does not mean cease working or stop the PI inquiry. Kasi syempre kung may nakita po tayong sablay, tumatawa si Senator Bato kasi ang dami na niyang nakitang sablay eh. Pag may nakitang sablay ang Senado, talagang iimbestigahan po ito. Hindi naman tayo magkikibit-balikat. Yung ongoing hearings are in the process of unearthing evidence and nakita naman po natin, meron talagang questionable sa pagpapirma ng Peking Initiative. May mali po. Why should we turn a blind eye to these irregularities? Ang dami pong tanong, sino ang nagpondo sa kampanya? Saan galing itong pondo ng PI? Bakit nagkaroon ng traffic doon sa Forbes noong kuhanan ng 2.5? Bakit may traffic? Bakit ang mga chief of staff nagkukumahog na pumunta doon? Mr. Chairman, ayaw natin na masayang yung salapi ng taong bayan. Kaya ho tayo narito ngayon to make sure that we will hear this exhaustively and with transparency. The people have the right to know if their money is being used properly for their benefit and not for the benefit of a political agenda. Ang gusto kasi nung iba, forgive and forget na lang. Hindi naman po tama yun. Hindi na kami magsasalita tungkol sa PI, but we should let the witnesses speak and we should let the evidence speak. And at the end of the day, kung may gumawa ng labag sa batas, those responsible should be held accountable. So Chairman, ang bottom line po sa ginagawa ng Senado, yung ating trabaho. Trabaho po natin ito, kaya naman sabay natin yung pagdinig at pag-investigate kasi hindi naman tayo ganun kabisi sa paggawa ng mga resolusyon supporting our Senate President or supporting Senator Amy Marcos. Kasi dito po sa Senado, alam na natin kung ano yung tama at hindi kailangan ng mga ganyan kasi alam naman nila that they have the support of the Senate. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Of course, we will take guidance from you as our one of the heads of the institution. Thank you very much. Any others? Senator JV? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just briefly. Anyway, we're here to listen. Just like to also recognize your efforts so that we can already start the ball rolling and prevent this constitutional crisis, if I may say. And also give recognition to our chair of the Constitutional Amendments Committee, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, for starting this. We are in a democratic society, and as they say, we have all the bright ideas are needed, no, in these discussions. Anyway, Mr. Chair, what we should be looking at right now is on how we will be able to improve the quality of lives of our people. In our efforts here in the Senate, on my part, we already shepherded the Public-Private Partnership Act and will soon sponsor the comprehensive infrastructure for master plan for us to be able to attract foreign investments. But as they say, our Constitution was written in 1987, 40 years, and the world has changed considerably. There was no such thing as globalization, World Wide Web back then. The world has become smaller. And I do agree that we have to discuss on what we will be able to do, on how we'll be able to attract foreign investors. Medyo nakakabahala lang, nakalungkot tignan yung FDIs that we are getting doon sa pinakitang graph ni Sen. Sherwin. We are really lagging behind. But Mr. Chair, we in the Senate, we are not, hindi po ako sang-ayon na hindi tayo nagtatrabaho. In fact, we have mentioned that we have already started hearing on the priority measures that is designed on improving our economy. No? Yung Comprehensive Master Plan, Public-Private Partnership Act, and the rest. Again, we have to look into infrastructure, energy, and a lot more things that need to be prioritized so that we will be able to stimulate economic growth and provide jobs and opportunities to our people. So again, Mr. Chair, congratulations in advance, no, for having this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator JV, for the support and the very good remarks. We have with us, we'd like to acknowledge the head of our institution, no less than the Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri. Sir, good morning.
Thank you very much to my dear colleague, Senator Sani Angara, our chairman of the subcommittee, together with the chairman, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to all my colleagues, and of course the guests, all our friends from the legal luminaries from the legal community. Thank you for joining us today. And we also have today economists joining us. I know Tito Gary is here and others that are going to assist us in ferreting out the best way possible to remove the possible economic restrictions in the Constitution. We'd just like to put on record that the Senate is working very hard to listen to the clamor of certain sectors to look at and revisit the 1987 Constitution. But we will not be falling into a trap on any deadline, because to discuss such an important matter needs time. It needs study. It cannot be rushed like any regular bill that is just approved without thinking. So we, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Senate, will make sure that we deliberate this as much as possible and come out with the best outcome for our people. And so with that, I give my full support to our chairperson, Senator Sani Angara. The timeline is in your hands. If you feel it necessary, that we must discuss this with all members of society, not only our learned luminaries here, as well as different sectors that will be affected by proposed amendments to our Constitution. So we leave it all up to you, my dear colleagues, my dear chairman. You have the full trust and confidence of this institution. And again, let us not listen to the noise. Let us be above the fray. The Senate, as an institution, should be statesmen and women that will always look at the best possible outcome for our country, not for our localities, but for our country. And therefore, let us filter out the noise and focus on the work at hand. So mabuhay pong Senado, mabuhay ang Republika ng Pilipinas. Thank you very much, Chair.
Maraming salamat, Senate President Zubiri. We totally agree with you. We thank you for your authority, and we thank you for standing as a statesman these past few weeks, which have been very trying times for the country. And I think there will be challenges ahead. And with you at the helm, we are fully behind you in all your actions. Salamat po sa suporta. The Chair just wishes to state that, reiterate my colleague's stand that this is not something that needs to be rushed, given the importance. Kung yung pangkaraniwang patakaran ay talagang dinidebate natin, mas lalo na po dahil ito ay pinakamahalaga o pinakamataas na batas sa bansa, ang mismong saligang batas. At pangalawa po, klaro naman dun sa sinabi ng ating mga kasama na although maganda yung constitutional reform, hindi ito sapat. Wag natin isipin na ito ay isang milagro na pag pinasa natin ay darating bigla at kakatok sa ating mga pintuan ang mga mamumuhunan at mga negosyante. Dahil tulad ng sinabi ng ating mga kasama, maraming factors po yan. Yung ease of doing business, yung rule of law, yung kasiguruhan na re-respetuhin yung mga kontrata, yung red tape ay babawasan o yung mga kahirapan sa bureaucracia. There's so many factors, and we know this because there's so many surveys. And as mentioned by some of our colleagues, hindi naman sa taas yung constitutional reform. Pero hindi naman ito ibig sabihin na hindi makakatulong ang constitutional reform. To the extent that it can, by all means, let us explore the possibilities. And without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to our guests. And with your permission, colleagues, we'd like to start with former Chief Justice Hilario Davide Jr., who was one of the framers of the 1987 Constitution before he became the Chief Magistrate. Good morning, Chief Justice Davide. Sir, we'd like to hear from you, please, on Resolution number 6 regarding the economic provisions of the Constitution. Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
How much time would be given me?
Well, sir, given the importance of the subject matter, it would be ideal if you could spend... how much time do you need, sir?
Probably 15 minutes.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Good morning to all of you. I thank the Honorable Chairman and the members of the subcommittee for inviting me to this public hearing on Senate Resolution of both Houses number 6. I am deeply honored. I shall henceforth refer to this resolution as Senate RBH 6. I have some preliminary statements that concern some procedural matters. To save time, however, I shall just proceed directly to the issues concerning the Senate Bill RBH 6. Let me start with a reiteration of my firm and unchangeable stand that there are no valid, serious, and compelling reasons to amend our 1987 Constitution. What our country and our people need today are not amendments to or revision of the Constitution, but the full implementation of its principles and state policies, solemnly enshrined in its Article 2, and mandatory and provisions in its body. In about 150 instances, our Constitution orders the state or Congress to implement them by these solemn commands. Congress shall give highest priority to, the state shall, Congress shall, as provided by law, as established by law, or in accordance with law. However, either intentionally and with evident bad faith, or incompetence, or neglect of duty on the part of our concerned government officials, the state or Congress have not fully and meaningfully complied with these constitutional commands and mandates. Hence, a vast majority of the provisions, especially on social justice, on economic development, on abolition of political dynasties, among many others, have remained unimplemented, to the great prejudice of our people, especially the poor, the marginalized, the underprivileged, or, open quote, the least, the last, and the lost, close quote. If at all there is a need to amend the Constitution, it must be based on the most compelling grounds or reasons. It must, foremost, be for the best interest of the country and the people, now and in the future, and not for a chosen few. It is to solve serious problems, not to create new ones. It must be in pursuance of and in compliance with the declared principles and state policies at the Call 2 of the Constitution. With these standards and tests in mind, let us now take a hard and serious look at the resolution of both houses number 6. Without saying it in clear language, it considers or describes the constitutional provisions covered by the proposal to be the culprits or causes that hindered or will continue to hinder economic growth. They are obstacles to economic development or progress. I must forthwith say that the provisions proposed to be amended and all other provisions of the national economy, such as those proposed to be amended in the House of Representatives resolution of both houses number 2, which include the economic provisions pertaining to agriculture, land ownership, and these are not the culprits or the causes of our massive social, economic, political, moral, and ethical problems and debacles. These are all caused by the failures to fully implement or enforce the Constitution, by poor governance and accountability, and open violations of the public trust character of the public office enshrined in Section 1 of Article 11 of the Constitution, which provides, open quote, public office is a public trust. Public officers and employees must, at all times, be accountable to the people, serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency, and act with patriotism and justice, and lead modest lives. I repeat, our problems are not due to the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution. They cannot be solved by removing its restrictive economic provisions and completely leaving to Congress their future under the clause unless otherwise provided by law. On the contrary, they would create more serious and disturbing problems and consequences, which I will show later. Let us now look deeper into the proposals of Senate resolution of both houses number 6 on the provision on education. It leaves to Congress the power to change at any given time the Filipino citizenship requirement in the basic education. I repeat, basic education. Again, that in our educational system, we have the basic, the senior high, and the tertiary education. The proposal opens to foreign control or dominance our basic education, which is the most crucial in the development and growth of our young. This should run counter to Section 17 of Article 2 of the Declaration of Principles and State Policies of our Constitution, which provides, open quote, the state shall give priority to education, science and technology, arts, culture and sports to foster patriotism and nationalism, accelerate social progress, and promote total human liberation and development, close quote. Then, with foreign control or dominance in our basic education, we would put asunder the noble patriotic and nationalistic virtues which are constitutionally mandated to be a part of the curricula of all educational institutions, provided for in paragraph 2 of Section 3 of Article 14 of the Constitution, which reads, Section 2, paragraph 2, they shall inculcate patriotism and nationalism. Again, patriotism and nationalism. Foster love of humanity, respect for human rights, appreciation of the roles of national heroes in historical development of the country, teach the rights and duties of citizenship, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, develop moral character and personal discipline, encourage critical and creative thinking, broaden scientific and technological knowledge, and promote vocational efficiency. Close quote. Can we expect foreigners at the helm or control of our educational system to seriously and heartily obey this state policy on education and curricula mandates? For instance, if a Chinese educational entity would now come in, do you expect it to be faithful enough to comply with these mandates? Would not its teachings focus on Chinese philosophy or even on the life of Mao Zedong? As regards the proposals affecting the provisions on public utilities and the advertising industry, suffice it to say that as to the first, there are already amendments to the Public Service Act. In any case, it would be extremely dangerous, I repeat, extremely dangerous, if we leave to Congress the extent of the Filipino citizenship requirement therein. The day will not be far when public utilities and advertising industry will be under the control or even under the full ownership by aliens. One Congress declares a 100 Filipino. Another Congress a 75-25 Filipino. Another Congress a 50-50 Filipino. Another a 25-75 Chinese. And even perhaps a 100% Chinese. The amendment would be grossly disadvantageous to our local businessmen and corporations or business entities engaged in the public utility and advertising industries. I repeat what I had been asserting before, that relaxing the Filipino citizenship requirement in the economic provisions of the country would easily convert our Congress into a FEE, all capital, market, of lobbyists of foreign countries or businessmen to obtain amendments in their favor. Congress would cease to be a free, FREE, market of noble, nationalistic, patriotic ideals and ideas. Remember that the Senate is the conscience of the Republic. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Yes, devils will have their day when angels fly away. To conclude, I will not hesitate to say again that amendments to or revision of the Constitution at this time would be a lethal experiment, a fatal leap, a plunge to death, a leap to hell. It will be a cha-cha dance to the grave or to hell. It will be a cruel punishment for a God-loving, patriotic, and nationalistic people. It will be claiming our people to foreign domination or control. God forbid that we now amend our Constitution. God forbid that we now can no longer proudly and with glorious fervor sing, Land of the morning, child of the sun returning, with fervor burning, thee do our souls adore. Land dear and holy, cradle of noble heroes, near shall invaders trample thy sacred shore. Ever within the skies and through the clouds, and o'er the hills and sea, do we behold the radiance, fill the throb of glorious liberty. The banner dear to all our hearts, its sun and stars alike, who never shall its shining feet be dimmed by tyrant's might. Beautiful land of love, O land of light, in thine embrace its rapture to lie. But it is glory ever when thou art wrong for us, thy sons, to suffer and die. God bless the Philippines. God bless the Senate. God bless the beleaguered Filipino people. Thank you all for your patience. Less than 15 minutes, Your Honors.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice. God bless you for your wise words. We just want to clarify, I was conferring with the Senate President and the Majority Leader. The Senate President is the main author of the resolution. We are the co-authors. Regarding the educational institutions, Chief, it's only meant to apply to higher tertiary education, not to basic education, precisely because of the fears you enunciated that perhaps nationalism might be watered down, among others. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next, we'll go to Justice Ascuna, also who was here with us and shared his wise words during Senator Imy's hearing. And we very much welcome his knowledge and experience. Justice, you have the floor,
Chair?
sir. Senator Imy, if we could reserve our questions
It's not a
for...
question.
yes.
It's not a question before we proceed to Justice Ascuna, who brilliantly explained the situation in a previous hearing. I would like to also share with my colleagues the really copious as well as bracing position paper that the Chief Justice Davide submitted to our committee for the investigation on signature buying. It's the second time he has helped us, and we'd like to thank him. It will certainly deepen and enrich our understanding and the committee report that will be submitted forthwith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be most welcome. Thank you, Senator Imy. Justice Ascuna, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senate President, and members of the Senate. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important hearing on the proposal to amend the Constitution to remove some of the restrictive economic provisions therein. The context of the adoption by our drafters of the present Constitution of restrictive economic provisions goes back to 1935. Our 1935 and 1973 constitutions already contain restrictive economic provisions with respect to development of natural resources, ownership of land, and operation of public utilities. These are not new. It's because of this that we are in dire poverty. Don't blame the present constitution. It's been there since 1935. What we added in 1987 are restrictive economic provisions in the areas of education, media, advertising. Those are our additions. They were not there before. And in the present resolution of both houses, number 6, it is sought to remove or loosen the restrictive portions of these provisions with respect to education, public utilities, and advertising only. Okay. I'm in favor of removing some, if not all, of the restrictive economic provisions in our Constitution. I believe that it should not be in the Constitution. It should be in an ordinary legislation. I'm for restriction, but it should be flexible. It should be in legislative form, not in a very hard to change constitutional provision. I think the other countries that have restrictive economic provisions don't have it in their constitution. They have it in ordinary laws, which can be easily changed. Economic provisions, economic policy should be flexible to meet changing times in the economy. In fact, the best definition of an economist that I've heard, pardon the economists who are here, is an economist who can tell you tomorrow why what he said yesterday did not happen today. That is the definition of an economist. But seriously, economic policy should not be put in a constitution. Now, I talk about the procedure. What is the procedure to change, to amend? You have the CONAS, it says Congress, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, may propose amendment or revision of the Constitution. You can call for a constitutional convention by a vote of 2/3, again, of Congress. You may call a constitutional convention. Or through a people's initiative, which is much controverted right now, where you have signatures by the 12% of entire electorate, represented by 3% of every district. However, this is not what is sought to be done here. What is sought to be done here is CONAS. Congress, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, may propose amendment or revisions to the Constitution. Okay. So resolution of both houses number 6 is under that, CONAS. It's not a fourth method. There's no such thing as a fourth method. There are only 3 methods. This is the first method, which is through Congress acting as a constituent assembly. They don't have to meet jointly. There's no requirement for a joint hearing. There is no requirement for a joint voting either. We left that perhaps unintentionally open, whether you'll meet together in joint session or meet separately. That's up to you. So Father Berna said you can follow the same procedure as making an ordinary law. That is, you can present your resolution in the Senate, another resolution in the House, and then have 3 readings, and if it's adopted, you compare both, and then you reconcile versions, come out with a final version, and then vote 3/4 in the Senate, 3/4 of the House. That is CONAS. That is method number 1. Okay. So that's what we seek to do, CONAS. However, I noticed in your resolution of both houses number 6 that you start with say, be it enacted. Enacted. That is legislation. So don't say be it enacted. Say be it resolved. Because you are not proposing a bill. You're not proposing to make a law. You're proposing to amend the Constitution. And you have to signal to our people that you are no longer acting as a legislative body. You're acting as a constituent assembly. How do you signal it? You signal it by your resolution. Be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives in Congress assembled, and so forth and so on. So that's the first change I would propose to resolution of both houses number 6. Change the be it enacted into be it resolved. Secondly, I noticed that you introduced another word other than unless otherwise provided by law. I was the source of this formula, unless otherwise provided.
The floor, sir.
Mr. Senate President, distinguished Chairman of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes, Senator Robin Padilla, and Senator Angara, Sani Angara, thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this important proposed amendment. I submitted a 3-page position paper as requested by the subcommittee. I'm not sure, however, that copies have been distributed. So I'd like to elaborate on that paper. The resolution of both houses number 6, as I understand it, seeks to amend the Constitution by giving Congress the power to lift restrictions on the operation of public utilities, educational institutions, and the advertising agency industry. For example, Article 12, Section 11 of the Constitution provides that no franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens. Now, the resolution of both houses seeks to amend this provision by inserting the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law, so that this provision will read as follows. No franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws at least of the Philippines, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens unless otherwise provided by law. The same method is followed with respect to the amendment of Article 14, Section 4, Paragraph 2, regarding the ownership of educational institutions, and Article 16, Section 11, Paragraph 2, concerning the ownership of the advertising.
I think we need to do, which is to amend the constitutional issues that have stymied our growth on a long-term basis. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive and history-based overview, Dr. Sikat. Salamat po. Next, we'd like to We'd also like to, yes, I think we have acknowledged our colleagues here. We'd like to go to our former Secretary of Finance, for also a former three-termer of the House of Representatives, Secretary Gary Teves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, distinguished senators, esteemed resource persons. Thank you for your invitation. We, the Foundation for Economic Freedom, have been advocating for the lifting of the restrictive economic provisions in the 1987 Constitution that have for decades served as binding constraint to economic growth and development. We believe that the removal of these restrictive economic provisions, would send a clear and compelling message to foreign investors, signaling a warm welcome to their investments and business operations in the Philippines. We recognize that liberalization laws such as the amendments to the Public Service Act, the Foreign Investment Act, and the Retail Trade Liberalization Act have been enacted in the previous administration. However, the Philippines still lags behind its ASEAN peers in foreign direct investment. Data as of 2022 indicate that Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand have surpassed the Philippines in attracting foreign direct investments. In this regard, we propose to fully liberalize, and lift the following restrictions in the 1987 Constitution by allowing up to 100% foreign ownership in the following areas, unless otherwise subsequently provided by law. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time,
Recording in progress.
so that this can be useful or be used by your secretariat. These are sections 2, 3, 7, 10, 11 of Article 12, Mr. Chair. Section 4, Article 14, related to education, science, technology, and arts and sports. Section 11, Article 16 on general provisions related to ownership of mass media and advertising. Mr. Chairman, we also propose amendments to the Filipino First provisions in the following articles in the 1987 Constitution as follows. On Section 19, Article 2, Declaration of Principles and State Policies, which presently is quoted as, the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. And this is our proposed amendment, Mr. Chairman. I quote, the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy, unquote. Section 10, Mr. Chairman, Article 12, again on national economy and patrimony, presently quoted as in the grant of rights, privileges, and concessions covering the national economy and patrimony, the state shall give reference to qualified Filipinos. We'd like to propose this amendment, Mr. Chairman. In the grants of rights, privileges, and concessions covering national economy and patrimony, the state shall give preference to qualified investors. If necessary, this and future Congresses can subsequently impose appropriate limitations, restrictions, conditions for ownership, or safety nets should circumstances and conditions warrant those adjustments, just like most countries in the world and our ASEAN peers have done through ordinary legislation and not via constitutional change. The closed and restrictive model has been with us since 1935 and contributed to the inability of our country to progress like its ASEAN peers. It is high time to change the business model under the Constitution. The Philippines is the only country in the ASEAN region where restrictions in foreign ownership are embodied in the Constitution. We need to have a legal framework and market conditions that match our competitors. Increase for
Food for thought na lang po sa atin ito. What procedure are we following? Right now, we are gathered here as a subcommittee. But is this a subcommittee of the Senate as part of Congress in its lawmaking function? Or are we treating this as a subcommittee of Senate as part of Congress as acting as a constituent assembly? Kasi iba po talaga. Yun lang naman yung main difference nun lawmaking versus amending the Constitution. So, I'm raising the issue of our procedure if you notice our rules, we have specific rules when we are acting as an impeachment court. Then we have rules when we are acting as lawmakers. We don't have specific rules when you're acting as a constituent assembly or a part of one half of a constituent assembly or a part of a constituent assembly. So, are we proceeding now as lawmakers, and then at some point in time there will have to be a formal break when we will declare our gathering as already Congress acting as a constituent assembly? Do we do that later, or do we do that as early as this moment, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman?
If I may, Minority Leader, I think it's a very good point procedurally. But I think it's clear that we are acting with our constituent power already, because we are actually dealing with an amendment to the Constitution. And I agree with you. Our rules are somewhat sparse with respect to constitutional amendments. But if we look at the jurisdiction of committees, Mr. President, under the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes, it points out that there are 13 members and that it has jurisdiction on all matters proposing amendments to the Constitution of the Philippines and the revision of the existing laws. So that is the only specific, unless I'm corrected, that's the specific provision dealing with amendments to the Constitution. That's the only one I can see upon cursory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually,
yeah, if I may finish, Minority Leader, please, with your permission. That's the one I see. So that perhaps is what's giving us basis. But perhaps if we're not happy with that, we can talk to the chairman of the Committee of Rules, the Majority Leaders here, and perhaps that can be addressed, and we can, the members of the Committee on Rules can discuss any proposed changes to the rules, and then that has parliamentary, that's high in the hierarchy of parliamentary motions. So definitely it's something that we can elevate to the plenary as early as today or tomorrow, if to the satisfaction of His Honor.
if I may add, Mr. Chairman, that is actually the first thing I checked. So pagdating po sa rules natin, as a law-making body, we filed a resolution. It was referred to the proper committee, this one, and then a subcommittee was formed. But then, but when we now make further steps, if we now go beyond the committee will now have a recommendation. My point is there must be a clear break, Mr. Chairman, very clear break, when the Senate is no longer acting as a lawmaking body, but we are now performing our duties, our tasks as so-called constituent assembly, because we are now acting under Article 17, entertaining to propose amendments to the Constitution. So maybe for today's activity or event, we can justify it using our rules. Yan sinabi po ng ating chairman. And I agree, nung binasa ko nga ganun, because a resolution was filed as in Senate as a lawmaking body, our rules accommodate it, referred to the proper committee. So, ang aking food for thought, Mr. Chairman, are the steps after, siguro after this committee hearing, that we, if I could just siguro advise the majority to start thinking about this point, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. We need to make this formal break para klaro na ano na yung natin. Kasi because if we do not make this formal break and we treat it as if we are processing a bill, so ang tanong ko, what is the final product? Although let us say concurred in by the other house, then we have now an enrolled bill. We are treating it like it's a law, and we all know a law cannot amend the Constitution. So that is the danger, Mr. President. So just an advance food for thought, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. That's a very good point. I think maybe at the start we should have already said that we are exercising our constituent powers under the fundamental law rather than ordinary legislative power. But since you've raised it already, perhaps it's apropos to say also that the vote requirement is different, and the vote requirement will be as indicated in Article 17 of the Constitution, which is 3/4 of all of the members, meaning 18 of 24 senators. So that's one of the differences that you're perhaps alluding to. And on the decision naman to whether to propose more specific rules, I leave that to the leadership of the Senate, who's here listening intently to you. Is that can we settle that perhaps in the Committee on Rules?
Pero one more point para lang may ano na rin po yung input. There is also a kind of law ito ordinary law, where there is also a different vote requirement. Diba? I think this is the exemption from tax laws. So,
That's majority.
yes.
Majority
So
vote, yes.
ibang majority doon per the Constitution, but that is a law.
But-
yes. So kaya nga, so let us not look at the vote requirement na as if that is because 3/4 ang na-achieve yun na, we are already compliant.
At the point where-
Yes, basta ang point ko, meron din kasi doon sa, ano ba yung sa,
For saying we must be clear in which
Yes,
capacity we are exercising our power.
yes.
And in that sense, I agree with you, Your Honor.
yes. Actually, nung nag-impeachment court tayo, we also made it a point to wear robes, just to highlight to the people that we are performing a very different function, no longer lawmaking, but as senator judges. Ito naman, we have to do a formal. I'm not proposing na we change. I don't know. We have a dress code, but there must be a formal break between our Senate as part of Congress, the lawmaker, into Senate as part of Congress as the Constituent Assembly. Formal break po, not an informal i-assume na lang natin that we did it. So yan lang po, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those inputs from our legal
Chairman.
and constitutional luminary.
Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Chief Justice
Yes,
David, I would like to ask Senator Bina if she has any comment on the suggestion to wear robes. No. Anyway, we'd like to recognize Chief Justice David.
Permission of the
Go ahead, sir.
Chairman. I submitted a position paper, and the preliminary statement, which I not read anymore kanina, practically includes the points raised by the Honorable former Senate President Coco.
Thank you. Chief Justice, Senate President Zubiri.
Thank you very much to the subcommittee chair. We take note of the manifestation statement of our good minority floor leader, and we had a huddle with the majority floor leader. We'll take it up with the committee on rules and come up with specific procedures and rules for once all the discussions on the committee level is done. Once probably you have your committee report ready, Your Honor, we can move towards that particular meeting as an assembly. It's on the part of the Senate. On the part of the Senate. So we can come up with the rules at the proper time. We can adopt it on plenary, and it could be adopted rules of the Senate. So yun lamang po, just for the information of the body. But nothing in the rules will prevent you, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, from discussing possible amendments and refinements to the Constitution, as it's been done during the time of Senator Kiko Pangilinan when he was chairman of the Constitutional Committee on Constitutional Amendments, as well as Senator Robin Hood Padilla, who's had already several hearings on this topic. So once the committee report and will be taken up in plenary be done, we'll have a set of rules ready for the implementation of an assembly. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senate President. And now Majority Leader Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to put on record our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our minority leader for pointing out the importance of ensuring that there's jurisdiction indeed with this subcommittee. And I refer to Rule 10 of our Rules of the Senate, Section 18. And I quote that membership of the permanent committees, including the respective chairperson, shall be chosen by the Senate. The chairperson of each committee may be designated, the vice chairperson or such vice chairpersons of the committee, and create such subcommittees as may be deemed necessary. I think it is important to note also what we have heard this morning, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, as mentioned by no less than our esteemed retired Justice Adolfo Ascuna with regard to the track and path that we are treading upon at this point in time. And what we can say, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, is that in the light of what we will be discussing in this subcommittee, we are ready to settle all of this in the Committee on Rules so that we can further discuss this issue. So we thank the Minority Leader for raising this very important aspect of this procedure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader and Senate President and Minority Leader. Now, if we could open the period of questioning of our resource persons, and we thank our resource persons. With your permission, may we work through lunch. Of course, we'll respect the hierarchy in the Senate. So, Senate President Zubiri, would you like to ask any questions from our resource persons?
I'd like to wave and listen to all the sides of this issue, and I'd like to wave my time to other colleagues.
Thank you, Senate President Zubiri. Senate President Pro Temp Lauren Legarda, you have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you very much to our subcommittee chair, and greetings to my colleagues, Senate President and Majority Leader. Thank you. Very basic questions, and I address this to any of our esteemed justices and former justices of the Supreme Court, our legal luminaries. So, let's go back to basics. What are we proposing for amendments under the proposed resolution, which is authored by the Senate President, Senator Angara, and this representation? The proposed amendments to the three economic provisions of the Constitution pertain to the nationality requirement for participation in public utilities, basic education, and advertising. That's very clear. Only three specific economic provisions, no political provisions. While the proposals do not fix the level of participation of foreign nationals in the industries, the relaxing of the nationality requirement is expected to be achieved with the insertion of the clause which we included, which you mentioned earlier already, some had comments, unless provided by law. So far, I think it's clear I've laid the predicate of where my questions are going to. So, may I ask Chief Justice Davide, sir, Justice Adolf Ascuna, and our other esteemed guests, what is the effect of the insertion of the clause unless provided by law? Because under the proposed amendment, the extent of the participation of the foreign investors in the industries is not determined at the time of the introduction of the amendments to the constitutional provisions. Obviously, it's just a phrase. Instead, the relaxing of the nationality requirements will be determined by the legislature, voting separately as a constituent assembly at some future time in the exercise of our lawmaking power, which will eventually amend the Constitution. In effect, the amendment grants the power to the legislature to modify only the nationality requirement on the industries covered, which I mentioned, which are 3, without the more rigid requirements of amending the Constitution. Only the requirements with respect to passing a law shall then be observed when the legislature decides to exercise this delegated power subject to the approval of the executive and the exercise or non-exercise of the veto power. So in short, sir, in 5 minutes, I have somehow encapsulated the work we will do in the next several months. What it covers, the 3 economic provisions, the simple phrase that we're adding, unless provided by law, and what it will do eventually, and the delegation of power to the legislature. I therefore ask our esteemed justices, are you in agreement with our humble understanding of the RBH, or the resolution of both houses, which 3 senators had authored? What are your perception, comments, thoughts on this? And I have a short follow-up question after that. If my understanding is correct, can you kindly critique the method and the 3 provisions which we included? And if my perception is incorrect on our RBH, we'll be happy to be educated by you. Thank you, sir. Chief Justice, please, and then Justice Escuna.
Resolution of both houses number 6, as I observed in my preliminary statement, is not very clear whether it is calling for a constitutional convention or whether, rather constitutional assembly, CONAS, or it is simply trying to pass its ordinary legislation by a vote of 3/4. In which case, like an ordinary procedure of passing laws, once it is voted upon by 3/4, it should pass to the lower house. The lower house will now act on it as if it were an ordinary legislation coming from the Senate. If the lower house will agree to it, it should be by a vote of 3/4. However, on the other hand, if the lower house will add one more amendment, it may be another amendment. Remember that right now in the lower house, you have the lower house resolution of both houses number 2, which would include practically all of the economic provisions. The lower house can now include that. Then it will approve with the amendments. What will happen? The Senate and the lower house will call for a conference committee, and that is where the fight, well, probably the end of the fight will come in. On the other hand, if it will be a CONAS, it will be by a joint resolution. You have to follow the rules on how to call a joint Congress, a Congress in joint session. There must be an agreement between the lower house and the upper house to call for a joint session, precisely to act as a constitutional assembly.
Thank you for that, sir. May I have your views, Justice Escuna, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Chief Justice Davide. There is a need to signal that you're acting now under Article 17. By the way, the word Constituent Assembly does not appear in the Constitution. Actually, the Constitution merely says Congress is the one empowered to propose amendments or revisions to the Constitution under Article 17. It's still Congress. However, when Congress shifts from its mere legislative function of making ordinary laws to one of proposing amendments or revisions to the Constitution, it has to signal the shift. How do you signal the shift? As I said earlier, instead of saying be it enacted, you say be it resolved.
That's already a signal in addition to the title of your resolution, which is to propose amendments to the Constitution. There is no need for joint meeting or joint hearing. The Constitution doesn't require it. It merely says Congress may, by a vote of 3/4 of all its members, propose. So you can do that separately. But you have to signal that you are proposing now amendments or revisions to the Constitution. And I think it is sufficiently signaled by calling it be it resolved. And then your title, meaning proposal to amend. And you don't have to submit it to the President, unlike a bill that he has to sign. In amending or revising the Constitution, the President has no role whatsoever. It's just Congress plus plebiscite, the people themselves. And then, Mr. Chair, in the case of resolution of both houses, number 6, however, you do not merely put unless otherwise provided by law, but you change the wording of Article 14 by adding basic to the word education. In other words, you acted as if you are revising the Constitution by changing the wording. The effect, I know, is to limit the nationality requirement to higher, to basic education and allow foreign investments in higher education. But you're already doing what Congress should do later on. Just say, unless otherwise provided by law. So, just word it this way, educational institutions, etc., unless otherwise provided by law, shall be owned by Filipino citizens. Later on, Congress can pass a law saying that basic education is not, foreign investment is not allowed in basic education. That's how you do it. Don't change the wording of the law except of the Constitution, except to add unless otherwise provided by law. And then you can even put that in the title, a proposal to amend the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution, Articles 12, 14, and 16, by adding the words unless otherwise provided by law. Ganun lang. What is the effect? The effect, if approved by 3/4 of the Senate and 3/4 of the House, it becomes a proposal submittable to a plebiscite. And you submit it to the COMELEC for COMELEC to hold a plebiscite within that 60-day, 90-day formula. And if approved by the people in the plebiscite, then the amendment is carried. The provision in the Constitution is now amended to read education, etc., shall be owned by people unless otherwise provided by law. So it's still prohibited, but a law can be made to change it, to allow foreigners. An ordinary law, that's no longer amending the Constitution. You are now allowed by the Constitution to amend the law. Is that irregular? Of course not. There is already a provision in the Constitution now that says that practice of profession shall be limited. Practice of the legal profession shall be limited to Filipino citizens except in cases provided by law. Nakalagay na ngayon yan sa Constitution. Tingnan ninyo. So that formula is already in the Constitution, accepting. So there's nothing wrong in saying that advertising shall be limited to Filipino citizens except as may be provided by law or unless otherwise provided by law. It makes it changeable by legislation. That's all it does. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
for that.
With your indulgence, Senate President Pro Temp, the Senate President wants to intervene.
Really quick on the ideas of course, Chief Justice Davide and Justice Cuna. We discussed it also very quickly on the side on the amendment of our rules. We had said that the committee may be allowed to do the committee hearings, get, of course, the advice and the inputs of different luminaries, whether in the legal field or the financial side, or financial sector, and all other sectors concerned. But at the end of the day, we were discussing with the majority leader what would trigger the creation of a Senate counterpart, Senate Constituent Assembly, was basically the submission of and you can add to our suggestions when we craft our rules, is the submission of the committee report by the committee signed by the majority of members, meaning it can be taken for plenary action. So that could be a signal. Once that is done, then we can come up with a constituent assembly on the Senate's part. We're actually thinking about the idea not to have it during plenary session at 3 o'clock, but earlier in the morning, so it'll be treated as a separate entity, a separate assembly, and we can discuss, and I think the minority floor leader agrees with me, because we'll be part of the rules making when we come up with the final amendment to our rules. And then we could make the decision wherein the amendments can be voted upon individually. Let's say there's on issue on national patrimony, education, and all. It can be done 3/4 vote per amendment. And the reason why I say that is I foresee a problem in the future wherein the House may stick to its guns and add more, 7 amendments or even political amendments. And so definitely that is where I see a bit of a difficulty, because we're going to have to look into a bicameral setup wherein they will submit to us their version, an amended or the approved version of the House, and we will also submit our approved version, and eventually that will be up for discussion. How, I think that is what I foresee is going to be the problem there. How do we reconcile these two documents? Of course, if the Senate refuses to agree to the amendments of the House, then nothing is passed. In other words, we have no amendments to the Charter. So that is how we're going to craft our rules for the information of everyone, and that's the suggestion we made to the head of the Rules Committee, which we'll be discussing lengthily now with the Minority Floor Leader and the members of the Rules Committee. But more or less, that's acceptable, Your Honors. I presume that that is an acceptable proposal on the rules. So we will be meeting outside of plenary session, because this is not legislation. This is amendment to the Constitution. And how the rules will be done on approving each individual amendment will be discussed there, as long as it is 3/4 vote approved by each this Constituent Assembly, headed on the part of the Senate. So yun lamang po, Chairman, and I think actually that's exciting. We'll be discussing that in the Rules Committee. We'll assist the Majority Floor Leader on crafting the specific rules on this particular topic on amendments to the Constitution. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and back to you,
Mr. Chairman.
Senate President Pro Tem. Senator Nancy.
Just additional inputs dun sa sinabi po ng ating Senate President. Kailangan po bang simultaneous, if we call as a joint assembly, should the House counterpart file a similar rules, or dapat din pa silang mag-convene as an assembly?
They have their own rules of procedure. If that's my initial impression, of course, I could be
would
corrected by the.
Would that constitute a constitutional assembly when only one House declares an assembly?
Well,
Diba?
clearly we cannot pass any amendments if. But no, let's
Maybe we can,
address it to our resource persons.
As for our
any of our
resource
resource persons can.
Mr. Chairman,
Pwede po bang one-sided?
Mr. Chairman, this problem has really been a vexing problem since the adoption of the 1987 Constitution, all because of an oversight. You see, the beginning of this problem was this. The Constitutional Commission, which drafted the Constitution, was working on the basis of a unicameral Congress, National Assembly, as it was called. At the very beginning, there was a debate whether the legislative department should be bicameral or legislative or unicameral. So this problem hung until the end of the session of the Constitutional Commission. With 2 houses, you have a problem. How are they going to meet? As you are now experiencing the problem. The chairman, if I recall, from my reading of the records of the commission, was the late Commissioner Suarez. The question was, what are we going to do? On what assumption are we going to work on? On the assumption that we will adopt a bicameral Congress or a unicameral National Assembly. This problem was not resolved until the very end. So, with that problem, it was agreed in the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Transitory Provisions. It was agreed this way. Said Suarez, we will keep it like this until it is decided otherwise that it will be bicameral. In what way? He was talking with Commissioner Regalado. And what would it be? In the event that we adopt a bicameral Congress, we will insert the word joint assembly, the votes of the 2 houses counted separately. On that basis. So, all the provisions of the Constitution, the draft of the Constitution, based on a unicameral National Assembly, were put on suspensions. Then finally, Commissioner Rosales, the chairman of the executive department, said, we have agreed it will be a bicameral Congress. So all provisions of the constitutions were amended so as to reflect this. And so you have several provisions of the Constitution. For example, when the vote for president is counted, the two houses meet in a joint session to proclaim the president and the president-elect. When there is a vacancy in the office of the vice president during his term, the president is given the power to nominate, and his nomination of the vice president will have to be confirmed by the two houses in joint session, voting separately. All voting separately. Number three, when there is a problem, is the president disabled from performing his official duties, and his cabinet believes he's disabled, but the president insists that he's no longer disabled. Who resolves the problem? It is Congress in joint session again, voting separately. When martial law is declared, and the proclamation of martial law or the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is suspended, who can revoke that? Congress. But how can Congress act? It is only here where Congress, although meeting again jointly, vote as a whole, but otherwise meeting jointly. In all of these instances, Congress is required to meet in a joint session, but the votes of the two houses are to be separately counted as a consequence of the decision of the executive department to have an executive department committee changing these provisions. Now, Mr. Chairman, I should say, these are non-legislative functions of Congress. The main function is lawmaking. These are non-legislative functions. The amendment of the Constitution is not the work of Congress. It is also a non-legislative function. It is just as important as the declaration of war or a state of war, which requires Congress to meet jointly as one assembly and vote separately. If you regard the amendment of the Constitution as important as that, don't you think that this silence in Article 17 as to how Congress should act as a constituent assembly, would there be doubt in your mind that it is not Congress as a lawmaking body, but it wears a different hat, that of being a constituent assembly? And in two decisions of the Supreme Court, Tolentino versus Comelec, Gonzales versus Comelec, the Supreme Court said, when they act as an assembly, they do not act with any distinction whether they are senators or congressmen. They act as one assembly, members of a constituent assembly. Therefore, I submit, Mr. Chairman, that this body is not a constituent assembly, nor a part of a constituent assembly. Because to become a constituent assembly, by resolution, my opinion is that the two houses must first agree to sit together and then pass a resolution to constitute themselves into a constituent assembly. It is only from then that you have a constituent assembly contemplated in Article 17, Section 1, Paragraph 1. Otherwise, no. That's it. It was an oversight, and I think it behooves Congress. I've been raising this problem because many times I've been invited to testify before Chacha committees, both houses of Congress, and in both instances, I've insisted on that. Otherwise, to say that they must vote separately, you are disregarding the fact that Congress is not acting as a legislative body. Congress is acting as a constituent assembly. Isa lamang po, isa lamang assembleya, not Congress. Because when we speak of Congress, we speak with the two houses. We imply the House and the Senate. But when we speak of a constituent assembly, we call on the Congress to wear its other hat, that is, as a constituent assembly. Thank you.
Point of order,
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Justice Mendoza. Yes, what's the point of order, Senator Risa?
Mr. Chair, thank
Yes.
you. And with thanks to the indulgence of the Senate President pro tempore, I think that Justice Mendoza is raising a prejudicial question. And so my point of order would be until we agree upon and comply with the proper constitutional procedure, I would move, Mr. Chair, to suspend these hearings.
Yeah.
I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to suspend. What is the pleasure of the body?
No, I
think,
object, Mr. Chairman, because
Yeah.
I think our rules allow the discussions of amendments to the Constitution. We're talking about
Yeah.
topics such as the economic provisions, even discussion on how it will be implemented. We do this every administration, every Congress. So if that's just, the prejudicial question would be taken up each time there's an amendment proposed and filed to this committee, this committee will cease to exist. It will have no function whatsoever. So with due respect to my dear colleague, Senator Risa Hontiveros, I object to her motion.
Yes, I second the motion of the Senate President. Clearly, we have a standing committee on constitutional amendments and are free to discuss it, particularly with such able and distinguished resource persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Yeah,
President.
let me also
Senator
put on record, Mr. Chairman, my
Majority Leader and
objection
Senator Bato
also.
de la Rosa for an orderly proceeding. Yes, go ahead.
I would just like to put on record my objection as well as
Mr.
we
Chairman.
have already put in the records.
With your
of this
permission,
chamber.
Justice Mendoza, there are some, we must settle the point of order before we go to the discussion. With your permission, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this representation already read into the records, the basis of the jurisdiction of the committee, including the subcommittee, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, it may be, yes, Senator de la Rosa, yes.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just would like to manifest my support to our Senate President. Because right now, as we speak, we are not yet wearing our second hat. We still have no hat right now. So,
I thought you were wearing a hat. I thought you were wearing a hat.
we have to wear our second hat later, maybe, Mr. President. Right now, there's no prejudicial issue. Right now. So,
Next.
thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Scudero, yes.
It's Senator Bato who might need a hat, Mr. President. May I, to educate us as well, may I ask my former professor, Justice Vivi, yung pag-uusap po ba sa pagitan ni Commissioner Suarez at ni Commissioner Regalado na kailangan joint session, voting separately, kapag ang napagkasundoan ay bicameral, ay nasa record ng Constitutional Commission o pribadong pag-uusap po ba yun?
It's in the record, Mr. Chairman. And I can cite the record if you give me time.
If it's in the record, Mr. Chairman, I think there is good reason to proceed with it cautiously because all of these proceedings might be for naught. Because as we know, the debates in all of the laws that we pass form part of the intent of Congress. And insofar as the Constitution is concerned, the debates too would form part of the intent of the framers of the Constitution. And if that is what they intended for it to mean, then we might be treading on questionable, to say the least, waters if we proceed in this manner. Baka may bagong akusasyon na naman na sinasabotahin ng personal. It's better to proceed with it cautiously and take note and take heed of the points raised by Justice Mendoza as well as the other justices and Chief Justice before we proceed, because this is already the beginning of our second hat. I think that's the point of Justice Vivi.
Mr. Chairman.
Again, we don't know yet, and the committee report will be the product of this proceedings. So perhaps we can proceed with the hearing and hear out all of our resource persons. And for today, until we decide on the matter and be guided accordingly. Para naman hindi masayang yung hearing today. I appeal to Senator Risa for at least for this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Cheese.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Lauren was also raising her hand. I think she wants to speak. And then the minority leader, I think, wants to speak also. So, Senator Lauren, Senator Pro Tem.
Actually, I have not utilized my time, so
Yes, but there's
Yes,
a point
correct.
of order. And in the
Correct.
rules, point of
I-
order takes precedence. Your
I know.
Honor.
Are
So let's settle the point of order so we can go back
Have
to
you
you.
settled it already?
We've
or-
not. We've
Ah,
not.
not yet.
We are hearing the
Okay.
arguments
Okay.
for and against, Your Honor. Yeah.
May we settle the point of order, Mr. Chair? Then I proceed with my questions for the justices. Yeah.
Yes, but please,
After.
that's why. If we can settle this, then we can go back to you. Senator Minority Leader, yes.
Well, as I understand the point of order to be, it's not really a permanent suspension. It was just a temporary suspension of the committee hearing.
Stay PRO, Your Honor.
So that we can digest the inputs given to us. But I think the movant wants to add something. So
Back to the movement, Senator Risa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and dear colleagues. So just to reiterate, as the minority leader said, my motion was to temporarily suspend the hearings until we answered what I believe is a prejudicial question being raised by Justice Mendoza, until we determine and comply with the proper constitutional procedure. And as part of, as the minority leader said, digesting what has been brought up so far, also through reviewing the records of the deliberations of the Constitutional Commission. But in the meantime, in response to the first objection of the Senate President and the request of Senator Cheese, and having clarified the intent of my point of order, because I feel, most of all, Mr. Chair, I feel what Justice Mendoza has raised is a prejudicial question. But for now, I submit to the objection and the ruling of the chair.
So I
For
take
today,
it
Mr.
you're
Chair.
not insisting on the motion for today. Yeah.
I am submitting
Here's
to the
your-
objection, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you for graciously doing so. That allows us to proceed. And of course, we want to place it on record. Justice Mendoza's opinion is one of many. And earlier we heard a contrary opinion from Justice Ascuna, who was a member of the 1987 Constitutional Commission. So even the best lawyers, this shows the public that even the best lawyers can disagree sometimes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Yes, Chief Justice David.
just to add a little on the controversy. It is just to correct the part of the statement of Justice Mendoza on what happened in the Constitutional Commission. The fact of the matter is I happen to be the chair of the Legislative Committee, and my good friend Adolf here was the vice chairman of that committee. The committee recommended a unicameral body. And at the time that the transitory provision, rather the article on amendments and revision to the Constitution and transitory provisions were taken up, it was based precisely on the assumption that what would be adopted eventually would be as recommended by our committee, which was unicameral. Unfortunately, during the plenary session, on a voting as to the form of government, whether bicameral or the form of legislature, whether bica or uni, by one single vote, the committee lost. And it was the motion of Delegate Villegas who voted that we adopt the bicameral assembly. Same thing happened in the committee, as a matter of fact. The committee actually voted for a bicameral body, originally. As chair, I voted to break the tie in favor of uni. So that is exactly what happened. But you don't have to worry about it, because if you read the commentary of Justice Father Barnas, one of the members of the Constitutional Commission, in his book, The 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, a commentary, 2003 edition, page 1297, it is very clear that Congress may do so, propose amendments, either a single body or in a joint session. If it were in a single body, each one can propose. And that was what I answered before to the question of Senator Legarda. What Congress can do in the first instance would be a simple legislation, proposing an amendment. So the Senate can do that, propose an amendment. Or, once it is approved, the proposal will go to the lower house. The lower house, in the regular process of legislation, will act on it. There may be debates. As earlier, there may be amendments, and several amendments may be proposed. On track, for instance, is the resolution of both houses, number 6 now, in the lower house, authored by Congressman Salceda. It will open up the entire provisions on the national patrimony and economy. Not only 3, not only 4 in the resolution of Senator Gatchalian, which is your which is actually your resolution about houses number 1. That was the first. That was filed in July of 2022. And it was submitted to the Mother Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes. And public hearings were held on, as earlier announced, all over the country. But we do not know yet what had been the proposal of the Mother Committee. And that is exactly the reason why I also raised in my preliminary statement whether, after this subcommittee shall have acted on this resolution number 6, the subcommittee's report will go back to the Mother Committee, and the Mother Committee to treat it simultaneously with the resolution of Senator Gatchalian. If it had not been acted upon, there are no reports. If there had been a report, we should like to find out. Now, again, if there had been no report, does it mean that by treating this particular resolution, we will be abandoning resolution number 1? So that is the issue that I raised. So now, since it was, go back to the issue of BICA and UNI, I would request you to embody it in my position paper, and it is also in my position paper submitted to the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation of the Honorable Jaime Marcos. So these are the clarification I would like to put.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice Davide. That was very clear. Anybody else want to weigh in? We'll go back to Senate President Pro Temp Legarda. She still has 6 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Justice Mendoza, for making that very important and relevant clarification on the goings-on, which you said are on record in the 1987 Constitution, because in no uncertain words you had clarified that both houses of Congress, even if it was unicameral at the time, had envisioned that the votes will be counted separately, and therefore any joint voting must be deemed separate. I think that's very clear, Justice Mendoza. We are grateful for that clarification once again, and it is evident that the People's Initiative, as worded, that has been going around in different districts in the country, it renders it illogical or an aberration based on the statement you made on the intent of the framers of the 1987 Constitution. Thank you, sir. It's very clear. Now I go back to my questions on the inclusion of the clause unless otherwise provided by law. The addition of the clause unless otherwise provided by law, while giving us, the legislature, both houses in this case, the power to modify the nationality requirements in the future by legislation, should be read together, obviously, with other provisions of the Constitution, including Section 10, which you mentioned, Article 12, on the national economy and patrimony, which has been discussed in the past several weeks, because we know that we're only amending Articles 12, 14, and 16. I will not read the whole section into the record, but perhaps Section 10, when it says Congress shall, upon recommendation of the Economic and Planning Agency, when the national interest dictates, reserve the citizens of the Philippines or to corporations at least 60%, and we know that. And at the end, it says, the state shall regulate and exercise authority over foreign investments with its national jurisdiction and in accordance with its national goals and priorities. So my question is, because we are amending to our RBH number 6, only Articles 12, 14, and 16, and we are not amending the national economy and patrimony provision, how can we be aligned without touching this provision? Will we be consistent with other articles of the Constitution if, unless otherwise provided by law, is only instituted in Articles 12, 14, and 16? Will it be, in short, will it be consistent with the national economy and patrimony provision of the Constitution, several lines of which I read into the record? Thank you. I address this to Justice Oscuna, Chief Justice Davide, and Justice Mendoza. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, may I answer that question?
Go ahead, Justice.
It's true that under Article 2, Section 19, it provides that the state shall establish a national economy that is independent, resilient, independent, and effectively controlled by Filipinos. Effectively controlled. Now, if we amend sections, Articles 12, 14, and 16, to make the economic restrictions on the percentages changeable by legislation, it does not mean that it will result in an economy no longer effectively controlled by Filipinos, because you can still provide, for instance, 51-49, 51 Filipino, 49 foreigner, is still effectively controlled by Filipinos. It doesn't have to be 60-40. In Spain, it's 51-49, and the foreign investors are happy with that. They don't like 60-40, but they are acceptable to 51-41, so 51-49. So it's still effectively controlled by Filipinos. So it's not inconsistent, Mr. Chair. You can also put safeguards such as reciprocity, safeguards such as what is provided for in the International Covenant on economic, social, and cultural rights, that a people may allow the foreigners to enjoy their resources in accordance with the principles of mutual benefit and international law. So you can introduce that. So when you say subject to legislation, number one, the restriction continues until legislation provides otherwise. Number two, the legislation should take into consideration the framework of investments under the rest of the Constitution, which is that it is supposed to be an economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. So it has to be consistent with that framework, and the entry of foreign investment must be for our mutual benefit. That's why I believe, Mr. Chair, that we should not remove the restriction with respect to non-renewable resources, because that would imperil the effective control of Filipinos over the entire economy. So advertising, even education, and public utilities will not necessarily remove the effective control of Filipinos from the entire economy. Thank you.
The views of both Justices Mendoza and Davide, please. Thank you. Perhaps?
Justice Mendoza.
These many provisions, Article 12, Article 14, and Article 16, simply carry out a general statement found in Article 2, Section 19, which says that the state shall develop a national economy that is independent and controlled by Filipinos. So, if you do not want these provisions in 12, 14, and 16, which are exclusively Filipinos, you want to open these activities to foreigners, just remove that provision of Article 12, Section 19, because that is a basic principle, and they simply carry out that provision. In that way, you leave it to Congress to decide what the policy on economic activities and the patrimony of the nation should be. It has been said here that in other countries, that's simply left to legislation, ordinary law. But that's probably they don't have the same constitutional provision that we have. But as long as Article 2, Section 19 on national economy is there, you will have a contradiction, Senator. What you declare in Article 12, Section 19, you contradict because you leave it to Congress by ordinary law to change what the policy or principle should be. As it stands now, and I'm trying to help the committee with its resolution number 6. Resolution number 6 sounds more like an amendment to give Congress the power to amend the Constitution rather than an amendment of economic provisions. The emphasis, as I see it, is more on the power of Congress to change what has been declared as fundamental principles in the Constitution. Now, we cannot have a Constitution that is self-contradictory, that carries with it the seeds of contradiction. You declare solemnly in Article 12, Section 19, that we have to have a national economy controlled by Filipinos. And yet, you want to amend the provisions of 12, 14, and 16 and open this to foreigners and remove control in the hands of Filipinos, we will have a very contradictory position. That's just like saying, amend the Constitution in this manner, and then you have a provision there that the people have a right of revolution.
Thank you for that, Justice Mendoza. That was actually the crux of the matter, my question, because we're amending 12, 14, 16, but focusing on the article or the section on national patrimony and economy, where it says that the economy will be run by Filipinos. My question answered it very distinctly. Is there an alignment or is there a need to look at a broader view? Because we may amend certain articles, but it may be inconsistent, which you said it could possibly be. So thank you for giving me clarity, but it also brings me more questions, but I may not have the time now. I would like to have a session with the three of you, and perhaps at another time on the second round, ask and persist on that question. But you have validated my thoughts that there could be some non-alignment or inconsistency, but that's something to be studied about. Thank you so much, Justice. Chief Justice, please.
Yes, I am glad that this matter was taken up because at the end of the day, what would be actually amended would be two sections of Article 2 of the Constitution on state principles and policies. The first would actually refer to education. The state, that's Section 17 of Article 2, the state shall give priority to education, science and technology, arts, culture, sports to foster patriotism and nationalism. I read that earlier. Accelerate social progress and promote total human liberation and development. The second is what Justice Mendoza had said, but it is actually Section 19. The state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. Now, these are the fundamental state policies which are actually supposed to be implemented by way of specific provisions in the succeeding articles. Consequently, the succeeding articles cannot be amended by any guise whatsoever if it would affect the fundamental state policy. Now, if you are going to amend education, public utilities, or advertising or media on the other parts of the economic provisions, you will in fact be amending Section 2 of the Constitution. When you amend Section 2 in the Constitution, which relates to state policies and fundamental policies, it would mean, therefore, not just an amendment, it is a revision of the Constitution. Now, a revision cannot be done by this time. You have to open the entire Constitution. And now, this is what I will say. Any proposal to adopt the parliamentary form, the federal system mentioned by the Source Speaker, Mr. Dumdum, even in the matter of the economic emancipation proposed by our former Secretary Gary Teves, will open actually the Constitution to revisions, not merely amendments. Are we prepared for a revision? There are again two ways, according to Section 1 of Article 17. What shall we do right now? Shall we call for a constitutional convention? We should open the entire Constitution, not only what is being desired today, probably adopting a parliamentary form or a federal system. You can do that, but it should be by revision. I am not prepared for a revision. As I mentioned earlier, I am against any kind of amendment to the Constitution. When I voted for the draft of the Constitutional Commission of 1986, on the final draft, I said that this is the Constitution I am willing to die for. Why? Because actually, this is now the time that I could say it. Why did I say it? It is the only Constitution in our country, and even in the whole world, that is pro-God, pro-life, pro-Filipino, pro-people, pro-poor, pro-social justice, pro-human rights, pro-family, pro-marriage, pro-environment, and I will add now, pro-youth, pro-women. Shall we amend? Shall we revise? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justice.
You have 2 minutes left, Madam Pro Tem.
I have longer questions, but I will yield my 2 minutes, Mr. Chair, to the others who may ask on the second round or the second hearing. Thank you, esteemed justices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senate President Pro Tem Legarda. Next is Majority Leader Villanueva, and after that, Minority Leader Pimentel, then Senator Chairperson Robin Padilla, then Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me put on the records how grateful and blessed I am as a member of this August Chamber to be here this morning, this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and listen to the great minds of our justices, economists present here today. I cannot overemphasize, Mr. Chairman, the overwhelming joy and gladness that I am feeling, that I am here with you sitting in special ringside tickets, Mr. Chairman, listening to our idols, our legal luminaries. I just have some few points, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to raise, considering that this representation is the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Rules, and the Senate President made mention about the direction that we are about to tread after a series of hearings probably, and when we come up with a committee report. Just to put on record, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to listen, and I have yet to make that decision on whether or not I am for or against charter change. And it's such a great privilege to be in that position, to have this opportunity to listen to experts. May I just ask our legal luminaries, Justice Ascuna, Justice Davide, Justice Mendoza. The Senate President made a statement a while ago that after these hearings, series of hearings, the subcommittee, this mother committee would come up with a committee report. And once we have the committee report, can the Senate actually enter its function as a constituent assembly? And with that, we will be, as Senator Bato mentioned, we will be by then wearing our second hat. And as the Senate President made mention a while ago, we can do that in the morning so that it will not interfere with our legislative function as a Senate in afternoon session. I also wanted to know if, based on the records of the Constitutional Commission, what should be the next steps for the Senate to formally assume the function as a member of a constituent assembly and not merely as legislators? I mean, do we need to have another joint resolution, or will an ordinary resolution suffice, Mr. Chairman, or this RBH number 6 be sufficient for this purpose? These are questions that I would like to seek clarification, humbly submitting to this body and awaiting for the answers by our resource persons, Mr. Chair.
Yes, anybody can weigh in from our legal experts, since it's a procedural question. Anyone care to answer from our three justices? Justice Ascuna, yes, I see you reaching for your mic, sir.
Of the chair, I respectfully submit that the Senate can act first or independently of the House in proposing amendments, as long as it's very clear that they are acting under Article 14 and not under Article 6. There's the ideal way is to have resolution of both houses worded the same way. That's why it's called resolution of both houses. It should not differ. And it should be approved in the same way, with same wording. That's why a joint hearing is not necessary, but you should caucus together. Perhaps it was better before, when there was only one legislative building, when the Senate was upstairs and the House was downstairs, and it was very easy for you to get together. So now, but with communications like that, you can also get together and informally agree on the joint resolution, so that your joint resolution will really be joint. No need for joint hearing, but the joint resolution should be identical, so that there's no conflict. If it's approved by 3/4 of the Senate and approved by 3/4 of the House, then you submit it for a plebiscite already. Yan po ang solution. And not necessarily, of course, a joint hearing is ideal, where you meet as one body, but vote separately. That is not prohibited, but to me, it's not required. The advantage of that is you can hear each other. The congressmen, the representatives can hear the senators, senators can hear the representatives. But as I said, with modern media, you can hear each other also without having to jointly meet. So ganun po, maybe your rules can clarify that. You don't have rules on how to conduct proceedings to amend or propose the Constitution. As I had recommended earlier, you should amend your quorum. Right now, your rule on quorum is only majority, 12 plus 1. You should amend it so that if you are considering proposals to change the Constitution, your quorum should be 18 because that's 3/4. That way, even if joint voting is required, you have to require 18 senators to be present in the joint voting. So the Constitution says each house can adopt its own rules. So you're free to adopt your own rules pursuant to the Constitution itself. So you can adopt rules on how to amend the Constitution. I respectfully submit there's no need for a joint hearing as long as you signal that your activity is now under Article 14 rather than Article 6. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Justice Asguna. Did I get it right? You were saying we don't need another resolution other than RBH 6 if we conduct ourselves or constitute ourselves as a constituent assembly when we finally deliberate on the committee report. As you made mention a while ago, the word "be it enacted" can also be replaced by the word "be it resolved." So that is already a signal to the other House that we have indeed constituted ourselves into a constituent assembly. Is that a correct?
My own view right now.
Please, Justice.
I do not know if the Senate rules provide for the calling of a joint session. I do not know if the Senate rules also provide for the calling of a joint session. Now, if there are none in both, probably the Speaker and the Senate President may agree to call for a joint session, precisely to consider this. Otherwise, you have to go to the other way around, meaning to say you submit it as a single proposal as if in ordinary legislation, with in mind, however, according to the suggestion of Justice Adolph, that it is really intended for amendment to the Constitution. I hope, however, that the Senate and the lower house can agree on some amendments to the respective rules, precisely on the matter of calling for a joint session. The Constitution is very clear that you have a joint session for the SONA, for instance, that is a joint session. And in the provision on martial law, the lifting of martial law, you have a provision regarding a joint session. So probably that could be settled.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Justice Davide. In fact, we just exercise this particular rule that we were talking about when we called for a joint session to listen to the keynote speech of the Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida.
But not to vote jointly?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. Not to vote. Thank you. I just wanted to...
Mr. Chairman, if I may just say a few words.
Please, please.
Justice is finished? Tapos na mo?
If
Okay.
Chief Justice
Go ahead.
David is finished.
Go ahead, Justice Mendoza.
Yes. I think what should be done here, and this is a precedent, you see right after the war, the Congress that we had was the Congress of the Commonwealth government, which was a bicameral Congress. If you want a clear example of what they did when they amended the Constitution to grant parity rights to Americans and to corporations owned by Americans, just turn to the pages of Mabanag versus Lopez Bito, because the war destroyed the records. It's there in the concurring opinion of Justice Briones. What did they do? They invited each other to come together. And what did they do? After the invitation of one house was accepted, the two houses met together according to the certification of the secretaries of both houses. They met together in the session hall of the House of Representatives. Where? In Lepanto. You want to see the clear example of a resolution? It's there. Mabanag versus Lopez Bito, the concurring opinion of Justice Briones.
It's not in Spanish, Justice. Because some of his opinions were in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's not Spanish. Yeah, it's Spanish, but the resolution is quoted. The resolution is quoted.
Kaya ni Majority Leader ho yun. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Pia Cayetano, our chairperson of the Blue Ribbon Committee. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Gracias, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, another thing that I'd like to and this is my last, Mr. Chairman, to ask Dr. Sikat, Secretary Teves, and even the Executive Director of Ibon Foundation. I was looking at the factors deterring foreign investments, no? And Secretary Balisacan noted, the Secretary, that said that aside from removing certain restrictions in the Constitution, there's also a need to address issues relating to ease of doing business, high cost of inputs like energy, and the predictability of our policies. In terms of prioritization, perhaps we can also look into this. Ano ba yung what should come first, no? Removing the restrictions in the Constitution or addressing these other issues? Si Senator Amy made mention a while ago, and she's been very vocal about it with her dealings with investors, foreign investors, for quite some time, as she has been the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Economic Affairs. Parang hindi ho nabanggit itong pagpapalit o pag-aamyenda ng ating konstitusyon. Ano ba talaga yung factors that prevent foreign investors from investing more in the Philippines? You look at BSP, for instance, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. The top 3 main drivers of foreign direct investment are market size and potential, institutional and regulatory quality, and trade openness. So, gusto lang natin maintindihan gusto, no? When it comes to sinasabi ng matatanda sa amin sa Bulacan, importante na itatanong yung mga tamang tanong at masiguro na yung mga information na available sa atin ay maintindihan natin gusto bago tayo gumawa ng tamang desisyon. May we ask Dr. Sikat to perhaps enlighten us, Your Honors? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. There is an interdependence between the restrictions that we have with the ease of doing business. If you notice, for instance, all the restrictions that are listed oftentimes are already indicators of what are not to be undertaken by foreigners. So to some extent, you already get those embedded in the ease of doing business, because no one in the government would really proceed with undertaking clearances unless they have cross-checked many of these items. So one of the implications of this statement is that for years and years, the fact that we got to have very complicated rules of approvals in government had gotten this from all the regulations we had, which can be traced back to the restrictions in the Constitution. Now, of course, some of these developments in bureaucracy oftentimes get infected further by the rules and the activities undertaken by management and bureaucracy to see to it that their mandates are also protected. And some mandates of institutions are not necessarily connected with all these other provisions. So really, to some extent, we will achieve a lot of easing of the business rules if we had really very simple rules at the top. Now, as I said, a great difficulty is that at the top you have unshakable rules written in stone that cannot be easily changed. Of course, foreign investments, depending on what they do, they have different kinds of responses to certain incentives provided by the government or by institutions. The main point, of course, is that their main concern, I think, is essentially living with the hosts when they are inside, but seeing to it that their borderline, the rules about what they do on rates of return and so on should be also respected. When those things get violated, they move out of the system.
Thank you, Director Sigat. Siguro I pose this question as well to Secretary Teves, who made mention a while ago that with this, and can we just focus on the amendments based on RB H6? You made mention, sir, a while ago that after this, if it materializes, there is a clear, compelling message to investors that we're open for business.
Majority Leader Villanueva, I hope I can explain it in this manner, Senator. Generally, there are two types of investors. No? One would be the group who would know us already. They're dealing with us despite all the limitations imposed in our Constitution. The other would be a group of investors that are not yet familiar. They don't know much about the Philippines, but they have excess funds, and they'd like to put it somewhere. So normally, when it comes to, let's say on my left, let's say these are the potential investors who are not familiar with the Philippines, they would start with conducting what we call a table survey, Mr. Senator. So putting, for example, what's the legal framework in the Philippines compared to Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, etc. As pointed out earlier by my colleague, if right off the bat they say the legal framework, prohibition against the following activities embodied in the Constitution. And then they see that in other countries, these are not there. So the instinct of the potential foreign investors who are not yet familiar with the Philippines is to say, I'd rather than look at more seriously the other countries. So we're losing potentially that group of investors if they realize that up to now we're still putting those restrictions in the Constitution. No? So that's the reason why in our statement, Mr. Senator, we're saying that the removal of this economic restriction, it would be necessary, but not a sufficient condition. We still have to work on those areas that you properly mentioned. No? So I thought that maybe that would be really a good starting point. But we have to continuously work on those other things that you mentioned, improving our infrastructure, improving further our public utilities availability, power, etc. So we would like to be in a similar starting position with the others. We are now at a clear disadvantage in terms of at least the legal framework. So that's the reason why we have been advocating for this constitutional change. May I add something which as a layman, and maybe I will hear my colleagues, but maybe, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, it might be a product of my subconscious, no? We are interested in ensuring that there's consistency among these provisions. We talk about it. As a layman, maybe we can ask, what is, I could not remember, Chief Justice Davide, what is the fine legal distinction between an amendment and a revision? No? For instance, in our statement, Mr. Senator, we did say that we're proposing also amendments in the Declaration of Principles. For example, we said that instead of the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos, and restate this. In my mind, as a layman, is an amendment. Restate it and quote, the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent economy, national economy, removing the words effectively controlled by Filipinos. Would that be an amendment or is that a revision to ensure that there's consistency with our position that we would like the economy to be fully open, liberalized? So that is something that I'm not too sure how to handle it because I'm not a lawyer, but I said my subconscious is working on me as far as that particular position is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Teves, and I'm sure it will be tackled here in this committee hearing, but I don't want to spend more time on just this particular issue. And before I hear the answer of Executive Director Africa, let me just show you something, Your Honors. No? When you talk about liberal ownership rules, sinasabi ho nila yung foreign direct investments entry is influenced by political stability, market size, trade openness, exchange rate rules, skill levels, labor market conditions, and infrastructure. Now, examples by analogy, Director Africa, no? Yung Singapore and Vietnam. these countries do not allow foreign ownership by land. Yet FDIs, if you look at the slide that I am showing right now, yet FDIs are continuously increasing. This shows that restrictive foreign ownership will have somehow, if you look at this slide, a very little effect in terms of FDI if there are other incentives to invest in the country. Now, another example is Cambodia. Cambodia, which permits 100% ownership, foreign ownership of companies in most sectors, yet it has lower FDIs compared to other ASEAN countries, imposing caps on some industries, Your Honor. Foreign businesses report disadvantages vis-a-vis Cambodian or other foreign rivals that engage in acts of corruption or tax evasion or take advantage of Cambodia's poor regulatory enforcement. Last but not the least, Your Honor, no, yung U.S. Department of State also made mention about inputs. Ito very important, and I appreciate what Secretary Teves made mention a while ago, and our chairman made mention that this is not a miracle pill. Now, once we go for it, everything changes, no? Kasi itong US Department of State made mention about poor infrastructure, high power cost, slow broadband connections, regulatory inconsistencies, a cumbersome bureaucracy, and corruption remains disincentives to investment in the Philippines, as well as inefficiency and uncertainty of the Philippine judicial system. And just want to strike a balance here, Sir, Your Honor, if you can also give us your views on this particular topic, Director Africa.
Thank you po. I'll speak slower kasi wala time limit eh. Sige. I think po...
Na-realize mo na nagmamadali ako dahil inorasan ako ng chairman namin.
I think po the numbers you showed show how simplistic, simple-minded it is to talk about restrictions and then make 10 million leaps towards development. I think precisely those are good examples you raised because, for instance, there's this whining about the inflexibility of the Constitution, things like that. Pero, for example, telecommunications in Vietnam, in Thailand, Indonesia, I think it's capped at 49%. Some of them, their own transport, their power, they also have similar caps. I mean, it's in the slide we showed. Pero anong point po doon? The point is, again, with all due respect, I'm sure investors do that table thing. Pero hindi naman bobo investors eh. They do have familiarity with the Philippine context. They know how expensive power is. They know how expensive, how bad traffic is. They know how bad corruption is. So parang kung ihani lahat ng mga yon, it's too simple-minded to fixate on the foreign equity restrictions. Lalo't-lalo na, and I do have to stress, whether it's by law or in the Consti, secondary na, it's there eh. Kumbaga, may pagka-path dependence tayo. The question isn't no longer, we want the flexibility in the abstract, but if that restriction is there, whether it's in law or in the Constitution, if it's useful, let's keep it there. And I think a lot of the problems with discussion about yung cha-cha, again, with due respect, parang you want to message you're open for business, kailangan ba baguhin na sa ligang batas for that? Medyo, it's so absurd eh. And I think if the whole point is to develop the country, these restrictions were not problematic for the last great industrializers, South Korea and Taiwan, noong 70s and 80s. They're not problematic for, okay, walang restrictions in a lot of sectors in China, but they have such huge regulatory administrative in licensing interventions. So parang, to reduce everything to the equity restrictions, it's a bit too much eh. So the bigger question is, sabi nyo nga, why would a foreign investor come here? Kasi kikita sila because malaki yung domestic market. Because they can sell to the Singaporean market, they can sell to the Malaysian market, the Thai market. Ano benta na sa Pilipinas if, because of the inequity sa distribution ng wealth, you have 70%, according to the Bangko Sentral, over 7 out of 10 families walang ipon. Diba? According to SWS, over 8 out of 10 families either poor or nasa borderline sila. So parang, ano pagkakitaan ng negosyante selling to the Philippines? In the same way, productivity. How can you be productive kung ang baba ng educational system mo, ang baba ng standards ng quote-unquote human capital, ang baba ng productivity nila, ang mahal ng kuryente, grabe yung corruption. May nakusap ako quite recently, natawa nga ako eh. It was a Korean lamenting about yung problem ng corruption in Korea. At he picked this up from, I forgot some textbook read before. Sabi, it holds today. The problem with Korean corruption, with Philippine corruption compared to Korean corruption, sa Philippine corruption, yung mga corrupt na officials, pataasan ng bayad. So yung investor, hahanapin yung pinakasigurado na makuha nila. Sa Korea daw, standardized yung bayad. So kumbaga for them, yung predictability ng corruption, that's actually what they needed. Ayaw nila ipapasok sila, magbabayad, tapos 6 months later, oh my God, ang daming sisingilin. So again, ang daming permutations.
I know, Director Africa, can I just stop you there, no? And I get what you're pointing out, what you're emphasizing, and it is good that we can listen to all parties involved and stakeholders, most especially the rational of what we wanted to look into right now is also what we're getting from Director Sikat a while ago, that if there's something wrong, and I think wala naman hong perpekto na konstitusyon, wala ring perpektong batas, at kung merong kailangan baguhin, ano ba talaga yung paraan, at meron ba talagang kapangyarihan ang Kongreso na baguhin ito, no? And another thing that crosses my mind while you were talking, Director Africa, is the idea na binuksan natin pero hindi natin mapalipad ng husto yung ibon. Parang nilagay natin sa hawla at hindi makalipad ng mas mataas kung kaya niyang lumipad ng mas mataas. But let me give you another example, no? When we passed the Public Services Act in 2022, we also passed Foreign Investments Act at saka yung Retail Trade Liberalization Act, no? And by joining RCEP in 2023, kayo kanina, ang dami kong nakikitang mga numbers, figures, and graphs. Mahilig tayo sa ganyan, you know. And I just wanted to find out, based on your monitoring and assessment, since their enforcement, no, ano ba yung respective impacts nitong mga foreign direct investments? Because if you look at the foreign investments approved on second quarter of 2022, if we can show the slide, it was recorded at 59.09 billion pesos, Your Honor. 59.09 billion pesos, an increase of 27.8% from 46.26 billion pesos total foreign investments in the same quarter of 2022. So again, the question is, looks like it's working, the laws that we passed, but will it go higher? Will it increase further if we liberalize it all the more and open up more investments, Your Honor?
Sir, I do want to stress, may yung tinatawag na fallacy of composition. Very appealing kasi na, of course, when an investor comes to the Philippines, of course, they're going to hire workers. Of course, there's going to be economic activity. Of course, there's going to be that marginal contribution to growth and everything. Pero para sa amin, fallacious to think na yung pakinabang in a firm is yung pakinabang ng ekonomiya. At bakit ganun po? Kasi yung problema dun sa ganong klaseng pag-iisip na yung pagpasok ay automatically, pag-unlad na natin yon, nakakalimutan, kung pumasok sila, pero walang long-term contribution na pag-unlad natin, pag alis nila, walang may iwan sa atin. So sa amin, isang magandang example talaga yung Intel. Yung Intel came here, their second overseas plant was in I think not Cavite, Makati, bago ilipat sa Cavite in 1973. Over 35 years nandito sila until 2009. They invested over $1.5 billion. They hired about 2,000 workers. They were exporting at some point, I think, $400, $500 million a year. Magandang headlines. Tuwan-tuwa yung mga tao every time they report yung expansion trabaho. Pero in 2009, I don't know why, they left. Part of the plant went to Vietnam, part went to Malaysia. They shut down dito. Ano niiwan sa Pilipinas? I think yun nung time din 2009, bumaya yung CDR King sa atin eh. And I'm not being facetious. Yun ang problema. They were here for so long, yung metrics natin for the success was yung investment, yung jobs, may technology transfer, wala eh. Kasi peking technology transfer nangyari. Because they were here, we were coming out with press releases, Philippines, one of the biggest exporters ng semiconductors sa world. Hindi naman tayo yun eh. It's an American firm based here. And when they left, walang iniwan sa atin. And there's a logic. Walang iiwan sa atin kasi, if you're Intel, tuturuan ba yung Pilipino to produce another semiconductor? Kakompetensya mo yan. Kakompetensya mo for the productive labor force, kakompetensya for the raw materials, eventually kakompetensya for markets. So sa amin, ang point lang doon, huwag natin ipagpalagay na just because it's foreign investment here, making its money, and in the short term, hiring jobs, contributing to GDP, hindi yun yung long-term develop na kinakailangan natin. If you talk about where this Intel or Hanjin, yung nga even naman lang right now, yun yung nawawala sa atin eh. Kaya nabanggit kayo about yung controlled by Filipinos. We have to learn. We have to learn to produce. We have to have the technology. And that technology transfer, pinagkakait sa atin yan ng mga foreign investors. I've talked to so many workers, may mga sila, may mga waivers siya na once they leave an electronics firm sa Laguna halimbawa, for 25 years, yung tutulong nila hindi na pwede gamitin. So ang point lang doon, we have nothing in principle against foreign investment. May pakinabang dyan. The technology is there, the capital is there, the markets, the connections. Pero kung di gagawin yung gobyerno to make sure may magpiga tayo, rush na lang foreign investor eh. They'll want to make their profits while they're here. They want to leave as little as possible para walang kompetensya. And then when it's convenient for them, aalis sila. So sa amin, we're not advocating in any way na magsara. Ang point lang namin, matuto tayo sa leksyon ng the last great industrializers, South Korea and Taiwan. Mula mag-globalization at everyone's in a race to the bottom to attract foreign investment, wala na nag-industrialize since then. Ikalawa, matuto rin tayo from what industrial powers right now are doing. The reason the US is spending, I think, $500 million on its semiconductor renewable industry, the reason may trade wars sa China, ito nga industrial power na siya, feeling niya kailangan niya makailang para protekta ng Amerikanong industriya. Paano pa kaya tayo na walang Pilipino industriya or napakaliit? So again, quick example lang, even sa jeepney modernization, oo nga, hindi manufacturers yung mga local firms, they're assemblers. Pero ano mas okay? May assembly na may dagdagang trabaho dito, or we import ng buong buo, most of the trabaho is dun sa Chinese firm, Japanese firm, Korean firm, American firm. Sa amin, hakbang-hakbang talaga yan, pero kung wala yung orientation, kung wala yung vision ng pagpalakas ng lokal na industriya, binibigyan natin lahat sa dayuhan. At yun nga, doon nawawala yung control natin sa ating ekonomiya, sa ating rekurso, sa ating lakas paggawa.
Thank you, Director Africa. I know I have no more time, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask questions. Let me just end by saying I thank God that we are all here today. I can see the chairperson of the EDCOM 2 Commission. The commissioners are here, Commissioner Pia Cayetano, Commissioner Sani Angara, and it is really important that whatever, I already mentioned the chair, no? And whatever we do, and let me stress that in the passage of Public Services Act, Foreign Investments Act, Retail Trade Liberalization Act, this representation would keep on emphasize and pound on the idea of a working technology transfer. Not because I am a former TESDA chief, but I think it's very important, and that's why even in the idea of liberalizing our education sector, I would love to see not only in the higher education but also in the technical vocational education para talagang maging world class yung ating mga tinitrain na workers. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, for giving me extension. I think some of our colleagues would like to ask questions na, kaya thank you.
Thank you very much for the very pertinent and practical questions, Majority Leader. Now we turn it over to our committee chair, Senator Robin Padilla. Idol.
Maraming salamat po. Ikaw po ang idol ko. Chairman, gusto ko lamang pong ibigay yung oras ko kay Sir Orion Perez, Sir Dumdum.
The senator's time is only 10 minutes, Mr. Dumdum.
I'll be fast.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so doon po sa sinabi kanina nung mabuting senadora galing sa Ilocos Norte, yung tungkol sa yung mga locators, mga kumpanya na natanong po niya, sinabi po niya na wala sa kanilang nagsasabi na may isa doon sa mga issues daw nila yung mga restrictions. Ngayon, sasabihin ko po, ang problema po dito ay yung tinatawag nating survivorship bias. Kasi po yung mga natanong po niya ay yung mga nakapasok na sa Pilipinas. Yung mga nakatagal na sa Pilipinas. So never naging issue nila yung restrictions dahil pasok sila. Pero yung dapat tinatanong po natin ay yung mga naandun lamang sa Singapore o sa Hong Kong na tumingin sa Pilipinas pero di na pumasok. Dahil siguro ay nakita nila yung saligang batas natin na napakaraming mga restriction at dun sila nawalan ng gana. So yung po yung kinakailangan natin gawin. Huwag po tayong nagtatanong lamang sa mga sino yung nandito sa Pilipinas na mga kumpanya, kundi sino yung mga maraming kumpanya na gustong-gusto talagang mag-hire ng mga Pilipino. Ako po, dahil doon ako sa Singapore, marami po mga headquarters po doon. At lagi kong nakakausap yung mga matataas na rango. Dahil meron po akong sideline dati, nag-host ako ng mga events, nagsa-stand-up comedy ako paminsan sa mga corporate events. Nakakausap ko po yung mga matataas na rango doon. At talagang bilib sila sa mga Pilipino. Sobrang bilib nila sa atin. Pero ang problema, kahit gustong-gusto nilang mag-hire ng Pilipino, nahihirapan silang pumasok sa Pilipinas dahil nga dun sa mga restrictions natin. At paminsan, ang problema ng mga restrictions natin ay hindi mismong actual na issue. Ito yung mga tinatawag nating impression. Parang natatakot sila na dahil dun sa Article 12, Section 10, parang natatakot sila na, okay, pasok kami ngayon, yung industriya, yung sektor namin, pasok ngayon, baka next year magkaroon ng bagong amendment sa foreign investment restricted list at biglang mapasok yung kumpanya namin dun sa listahan yan. At paano na kami? Parang ganun yung
issue ng policy stability is what you're adverting.
Yun po.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, if I may just very quickly.
Yes, of course, Majority Leader.
I'm very interested on what Mr. Dumdum is talking about. But do you have any ballpark figure or something? Kasi tama ho ito, magandang mapag-usapan natin yung hindi pa nakakapasok dito, no? Kasi mahirap talagang i-anticipate yan, and I'm sure in your field nakikita nyo po yan, ilan yung mga ganyan yung situation, looking at our country as a country of where they can put in a lot of money and invest and hire and create more jobs in the country. No, meron ba tayong mga pag-aaral po dyan just to give us?
Well, ako mismo wala akong pag-aaral dun. I would say Dr. Sikat might probably have those. But ang masasabi ko, ito ang masasabi ko, no? Magtanong po kayo doon sa mga kumpanya, mga galing sa Western countries, no? So mga European, Australian, British, Canadian, American companies na pumasok sa Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam. Halos lahat ng mga yan, unang tiningnan ang Pilipinas bilang opsyon. Una nilang nakita ang Pilipinas dahil magagaling po tayo mag-Ingles eh. Magagaling po ang maraming mga inhinyero natin eh. Pero doon po sila natatamaan nung mga restrictions natin. At paminsan hindi po actual, as I said, ito yung tinatawag nating nanangangamba sila na baka naman next year masama yung particular na sector namin, no? So yun yung parang thread, ano yung tawag dyan, sword of Damocles hanging over companies na pumasok sa Pilipinas pag nakikita nila yung Section 10 ng Article 12. Yun po yung isang problema. Isa pa, sasabihin ko lang din, yung lagi natin syempre paulit-ulit pinag-uusapan yung high cost of electricity and power sa Pilipinas. Pero meron po akong naging talakayan kasama ng isang kaibigan, kaibigan po rin namin ni Senator Robin Padilla, si Dr. Emmanuel Noli, ay sorry, hindi si Noli, yun yung tatay. Si Doy Santos, no? Yung kaibigan po namin, na isang ekonomista, at pinag-usapan niya na yung, kasi nandun po siya sa Australia nakatira. At sabi niya, ang problema po dun sa yung power distribution problems ng Pilipinas ay ang kanyang pinakaugat na issue ay yung 60-40 din ng ating saligang batas, no? Natatakot pumasok ang mga power distribution companies doon sa lugar na yan. So, yung po kumbaga lagi natin sinasabi electricity daw, pero saan po yung talagang ugat noon? Bakit hindi ganun kaganda yung ating power generation industry? Ito yung tinatawag natin high capitalization requirements po meron dyan eh. Usually, high technology requirements. Maraming mga foreign companies po ang may kaalaman dyan, pero hindi sila makakapasok dahil takot sila sa ating mga restrictions na ganyan. I also wanted to mention, ito pong, yung mga constitutional restrictions, paminsan po ay nawe-weaponize. Nawe-weaponize laban sa iilang mga kumpanya. I will give the example of FedEx. Yung FedEx po, ay isang courier company, nagpapadala ng mga sulat, ng mga packages, di ba, pakete, ganyan. Ang nangyari sa kanila ay may isang local na kumpanya na nagsampal ng kaso at sinabing sila raw ay isang public utility raw. At dahil doon ay sinasabing unconstitutional daw ang pagiging 100% or majority American-owned ng FedEx. At napunta po ito sa Court of Appeals, no? At sinabing daw sila, labag daw sila sa ating saligang batas. Muntik na po yung nangyari doon sa angkas. Ang angkas, yung sa mga motor, no? Ang angkas daw ay sinasabi rin ng ilang mga kalaban ng angkas na daw sila, public utility raw sila. Pero, tapos daw, unconstitutional nga daw. Dapat 60-40. Bakit, yan, Singaporean yung may-ari, si Angeline Tam. Buti na lang, si Angeline Tam, ang kanyang asawa ay Pilipino na si George Royeca at inayos po nila yung mga papeles nila para maging majority owner si George Royeca. Secondly, sasabihin ko, ang katotohanan tungkol sa angkas ay hindi naman sila public utility. IT company po sila. Gumagawa po sila ng phone mobile app para makapag-connect ang mga gustong sumakay at sa mga driver ng mga motorsiklo. Hindi po sila transport operator. Hindi po sila may-ari ng mga motor. Hindi po sila employer nung mga nagda-drive ng mga motor. So, mali po yun. IT company po talaga sila. Nagko-connect lang po sila ng ride hailer at ng mga drivers. Yun lang po. Pero ang ginawa, kinontrahan sila using the constitutional restriction. So ito po yung sinasabi nating problema na laging nawe-weaponize at laging nagiging publicized ito sa international business community. Yung nangyari sa FedEx, pinagtatawanan po tayo dahil sa nangyari dyan. Yung angkas, muntik na pong nangyari yun. So yun po, kaya nga sinasabi ko po, mas maganda po na tanggalin na lang po natin sa ating saligang batas itong mga restrictions na ito. At kung kailangan natin ng mga regulation at mga restrictions, doon na lang po natin ilagay sa statutory legislation. Maraming salamat
Mr.
po.
President, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, Senator Pia.
could I ask him if it's still within the time that Senator Robin allocated to the resource persons? Can I ask follow-up questions? If it's within the time.
Well, I've been strict with members who tried to ask questions, so I just to let you know before you arrived, some of our members wanted to ask
I
questions.
was listening to your rules, so no problem. I just
We
thought,
apologize for
I
that.
just
I just
thought
want to be consistent in the application as much
No
as I
problem.
want to
No problem.
indulge you, Your Honor. Yeah. Pasensya na po. Yes, next to ask questions is the Minority Leader, Senator Risa. Deputy Minority Leader.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Bago yung mga hinanda kong tanong, I really would like to follow up yung usapin ng prejudicial question, which I believe actually a couple already of our resource persons raised, beginning po with Justice Mendoza. So my staff looked at the records of the deliberations of the Constitutional Commission. At kung pwede, Mr. Chair, I'd like to read one paragraph where it says, Mr. Regalado, I also noticed that both sections 1 and 2 are premised on the anticipation that the Commission, not only the committee, will opt for a unicameral body. In the event that a bicameral legislative body will carry the day, has the committee prepared contingency proposals or resolutions? Sumagot si Mr. Suarez, yes, in that situation, we would propose to include the words in joint session assembled. And then nag-follow-up question si Mr. Regalado, but still maintaining the same number of votes? Mr. Suarez, the commissioner is right. Mr. Regalado, thank you. So, at tingin ko po, Mr. Chair, relevant po ito, pertinent dun sa prejudicial question na kung anong rules ang dapat i-apply. The word assembled kasi po suggests a physical assemblage as proposed earlier by Justice Mendoza. So, parang ang intent po nga ay may pagkikita, pero magbobotohan ng hiwalay dahil nga may same number of votes. Maybe our framers, those physically present, and if Chris Monsod is still online, maybe our framers could shed light on this. At kasi kaya nga po ako nagmungkahi ng suspension kanina para po magkaroon ng clarity yung ating proceedings. So just to add a little more clarity at this point in time, could our framers of the Constitution shed light on this issue, Mr. Chair? Would Justice Mendoza or Chief Justice Davide like to address this first? Justice Mendoza?
Yes, that's what they really decided in the Constitutional Commission. And it was only by reason of oversight that the corresponding phrase was not placed there. But the other provisions of the Constitutions were amended. Oversight lamang. Oversight.
So, by oversight, Justice, ang hindi po nailagay ay yung in joint session assembled. Tama
In
po?
joint session assembled.
Pero yun po sana yung intent ng framers, at least based on the records of the deliberations.
Yes. Yes, because we speak only of separate voting if they're in joint session. Kasi if they're not in joint session, no sense in saying voting separately kasi talagang magkaiwalay. But precisely because the intention is to compel the two houses to come together and assemble so that the enacting clause will say, be it enacted by the Senate and the House in joint session assembled by the vote of 3/4, voting separately. Hereby propose.
Maraming salamat po. So, malinaw, assembled, pero klarong-klaro at consistent, voting separately.
Yes, because this is just one house. What is required is for the two houses. Sabi ko nga, I don't believe you were here, Senator, when I said it. Kung gusto ninyo makita kung anong ginawa when after the war, right after the war, we had a Congress with two houses. When the problem of parity rights came up, and that required constitutional amendment, the two houses met together at nakalagay doon sa certification of the secretaries that the two houses met together where in Lepanto, Sampaloc, where Congress was holding sessions. So that illustrates the application of that provision. Thank you.
Salamat po. Opo, wala pa po ako doon. Pero yung mga magulang ko buhay na po noon. Would either CJ Davide or Justice Ascuna like to add to this? Or Chris Monsod?
I stick to my original position also, that there are two ways for Congress to propose amendments. One, in joint session, voting separately, or in ordinary legislation with one body proposing a proposal for amendment to the Constitution and approving the same by 3/4 votes. And then that should be submitted to the lower house or to the upper house, as the case may be, voting also by 3/4 vote. And then plebiscite already.
permission, Senator Risa, I
Yes,
just
of
want to
course, Chair.
acknowledge
might
Senator
just,
Villar's presence.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Chairman, if I can just say a few more words
Yes, Mr.
to
Chair.
amplify what I said.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Beyond this debate about construing the silence of the Constitution, there is some benefit if the two houses come together. They can exchange views regardless of their status as senators or congressmen. The Constitution contemplates they are not senators or congressmen. They are members of a constituent assembly. Isang body lamang. So, the benefit of exchange is there, which you cannot have if you leave this policy making to Congress by law. Because one house will be acting here, the other house will be acting over in Quezon City. You will not have the benefit of exchange of views.
Salamat po, Justice. And CJ, dun sa second instance na sinabi nyo, the second way that Congress could amend the Constitution, as if through ordinary legislation, and even if as you propose by 3/4 vote, still consistently voting separately, obviously, sa second way na yon.
I agree, Senator. Because you represent two different interests. The national interest is represented by the Senate. The local interest is represented by the House. That's the essence of bicameralism.
Salamat po,
With your
Justice.
permission,
Yes, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Risa, it's on this point, very specific. Justice Mendoza, what if the House and the Senate had a Zoom meeting? Would that fall within the contemplation of the Constitution? Because we had Zoom meetings and Zoom bicameral meetings during the pandemic. So that's not provided in the Constitution, but neither is it prohibited. So I'm wondering, would that fall within your contemplation of a joint session, or you need to be physically present in the same room?
Yes, well, probably you can find some reason for not meeting together. But as long as you do not discriminate between Senate and House of Representatives. But if you meet in one place, senators and congressmen, and then in another place, senators and congressmen, I think you can see there that there is an effort at bicameralism, excused only by pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Justice. Thank you, Senator Risa, for the interjection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're very kind po, Justice, yung that we'll find some reason not to meet together. Hindi na po ako magko-comment doon. Justice Ascuna, would you like to add anything to this question before I ask Chris Monsod?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair and Madam Senator, I believe that although the records would show that Sensing Suarez said they would, in the event bicameralism was adopted, they would accordingly change what is now Article 14 to reflect voting together but voting separately. The fact is he did not change it, leaving an ambiguity to the manner in which Congress will achieve the 3/4 vote. So ultimately, it will have to be the Supreme Court that will decide what is the manner in which this 3/4 vote by Congress will be achieved. So it is good, I believe, that the Senate now is going through the process of adopting a proposed amendment by way of a resolution of the Senate and the House voting separately and meeting separately, and submit that later to the Supreme Court to be decided whether that is a proper manner of proposing amendments to the Constitution. Ultimately, we have to have this resolved by the Supreme Court. I think Justice Suarez, in leaving the ambiguity without changing the wording, wanted it to be determined by the Supreme Court, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Salamat po, Justice Ascuna, which is precisely why, Mr. Chair, I hope that we can clarify this one way or another. Hopefully the simpler and the shorter time duration way. In any case po, to my first question, may mga assurances po that these discussions only concern the economic provisions specified in RBH 6. At nagbanggit din po sina CJ Davide at Justice Mendoza tungkol dito. But a constituent assembly throws the whole 1987 Constitution wide open for review or amend and possible distortion even, and no provision is actually safe. Tama po ba yun?
Anybody can answer, Your Honors.
As I mentioned earlier, touching on the economic provisions would in effect also affect the declaration of policies and state principles and policies. The moment that it will change any particular principle or policy, it will be a revision. Because the provision now on the article on national patrimony, for instance, or on the general provisions or on education are only implementative of the Declaration of Principles and State Policies. The moment you change it, you have to automatically change also the fundamental principles or state policies.
At bukod po dun sa, in effect, amending or revising a basic principle or state policy, kahit may assurances o agreements pa no, prior to limit the scope of the discussions, wala namang magpipigil sa kahit sinong miyembro ng Kongreso to propose other changes. Halimbawa, legislators could initiate changes in our basic laws on foreign ownership even of land, on term limits, on the frequency of elections, on limitations on the use of governmental power, even the fundamental rights of citizens. Tama po ba ito? CJ, pakibuksan yung mic.
Those matters have to be taken up really. It is more than an amendment. It in effect would be revisions of fundamental principles. For instance, in the matter of the plebiscite on the proposal in the PI regarding a change in the manner of voting, it should be joined, and therefore, in effect, it would eliminate the Senate. It would eliminate the Senate because you have the massive majority of the lower house. So the moment you approve what is in the PI, it will open the floodgates of everything. Eventually, all changes will be done without already the voice of the Senate.
Which is why po, CJ, Mr. Chair, the Senate opposes and continues to oppose the People's Initiative. Pero meron din po akong agam-agam at gusto ko pa rin itanong yung possible scenario kahit sa pamamagitan nitong RBH6 as an initial doorway na dadaanan. That couldn't it lead to that scenario in a constituent assembly, in Congress jointly assembled, that any representative or even senator could then, once the door has been opened to amendment o lalo na revision ng isang basic principle pa, fundamental policy, na pwedeng kahit sino sa amin, in effect, mag-propose ng amendment or revision to any and all parts of the Constitution.
Very clear under Section 1 of Article 17 that there are two ways of revising the Constitution, amendment or revision, may be done by Congress or by a constitutional convention. The third proposal, however, can be done by the People's Initiative. We are talking here of amendment by Congress itself, and therefore it should be a constitutional assembly acting as a con-us, no? But considering that the Constitution is not very, very clear about it, mentions only joined, we have the proposal of Father Bernas, one of the commissioners. Now, it could be done in either of the two ways we have taken up much earlier. Either by way of ordinary legislation with the two bodies voting separately and in a separate session, or in a joint session voting separately.
Hindi po ba parang nagbubukas kami ng Pandora's box at hindi natin alam anong lalabas dito from the depths of that Pandora's box once the process is initiated? Mr. Chair, Justice Ascuna.
Mr. Chair, it cannot go outside of the resolution because of the requirement that a proposed bill or resolution shall have only one subject. If they will add to the resolution of both houses, number 6, for instance, they will amend it to include a political subject. That will be in violation of the rule that a proposal shall have only one subject. So if they want to bring in extraneous matters, it should be another resolution. And the Senate will not agree to it, so it won't be a joint resolution. So this joint resolution is limited only to economic provisions. In fact, you can put that in the title, a resolution to amend and economic provisions and for no other purpose, something like that. Then, in other words, limited to the rule of one resolution, one subject matter.
Thank you, Justice Ascuna. I'm glad to have that on record as we continue to deliberate this resolution of both houses. Dun naman po sa Senate hearings on the Fraudulent People's Initiative, it was clear as day how many members, unfortunately, of the House were willing and able to use the influence and the resources also of government to advance certain interests. Nung mga, even in those early days, tila buong makinarya ng gobyerno ang nagamit para lokohin yung mga Pilipino para sa makasariling layunin. At sa ganitong klima, and again, I'm proceeding on the premise that of a Pandora's box, not something that can 100% be limited, with all due respect, by that one bill or one resolution, one subject rule. So ano po yung assurance natin na hindi lang ililipat yung ganyang klaseng makinarya para isulong whatever comes out of RBH 6? Would anyone want to bench Justice Mendoza, Mr. Chair?
I think that attempt by People's Initiative to amend the Constitution when acting as a constituent assembly is the clearest admission on the part of those proposing it that unless you change the Constitution, the requirement should really be joint session, voting separately. Kaya nga ho, gusto nilang baguhin doon sa People's Initiative, itong procedure na ito. That is the clearest proof of what I'm saying is the meaning of Constituent Assembly, meaning joint session, voting separately. And the best illustration of that, as I said, application is when Congress met after the war. It was a bicameral Congress that we had. And they were passing a very important proposed amendment, parity, economic provisions. And what they did, they met together, according to this certification of the secretaries, they met together in the session hall of the House of Representatives. And where is that? In Sampaloc, Lepanto, Sampaloc. That's where Congress was meeting at that time. That to me is the clearest example. And that is to be found in the opinion of Justice Briones in the case of Mabanag versus Lopez Vito. 78 Philippines, page 1, page 77 in particular.
Salamat po, Justice Mendoza. I'd just like to go into at least my first question, Mr. Chair, on the legitimacy of the need to amend the economic provisions na yun yung heart and soul nitong RBH number 6. Nung Disyembre, nung nakaraang taon lamang, so just 2 months ago, binibida ni Presidente yung mga nakalap niyang investment pledges sa napakarami niyang biyaheng international sa China, sa Switzerland, Japan, Estados Unidos, UK, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore at Saudi Arabia. Ayon sa kanila, nasa 2.484 trillion pesos ang nakalap na pangakong foreign investments. At sa lahat nito, as in sa bawat isa nito, wala namang condition na kailangang baguhin natin ang kaluluwa ng bayan, ang saligang batas. So on the heels of that success, di umano, bakit bigla ngayon ay sasabihin kailangan natin yung charter change? Maybe, Mr. Chair, if I could ask Mr. Africa,
Yes.
if he could comment on this.
Sunny, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I was talking to the resource person because he's my neighbor.
Did not hear the question.
I
Maybe-
will apologize for
It's all
him
right, Madam
because I was
Chair.
taking his time and he may not have
Senator
heard the
Risa.
question.
Yes, hold your horses, Mr. Dumdum, you'll have your chance. No?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Africa, tinatanong, it's all right, good gentlewoman. Yung tanong ko lamang po, bakit bigla ngayon sasabihin kailangan yung charter change in relation to FDI? Binibida ni Presidente pagkatapos ng maraming state visits nila last year, first 1.5 years, just last December, sinasabi nila more than 2 trillion pesos ang pledges na FDI without the shadow of kailangan may charter change dyan sa bawat isang iyon, Mr. Chair.
Actually, feeling ko po, I apologize po for that. That might be a rhetorical question kasi, well, with that, media and advertising and education, advertising education aren't really very big areas for foreign investment. So, kung magkaka-argument na, oh no, there would have been more, sana, I doubt actually there would have been much more. But I think precisely I do agree, if those pledges were there and we assume that they're real, they didn't need the charter change. Much more, they didn't need this specific charter change right now or changing the other provisions. So I think it affirms your point po. Sorry. Yeah.
Salamat po, Mr. Africa. And then, maybe lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may have one more question.
Well, just to let you know, it's your call if you want to hear from him. Mr. Dumdum is raising his hand.
I need to ask a follow-up question to Mr. Africa, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. We'll hold your horses, Mr. Dumdum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In like manner, Mr. Africa, kanina, foreign pledges without any quid pro quo on charter change. Kahit sa binuong Philippine Development Plan, referred to by Christian Monsod earlier, 2023 to 2028, na pinamunuan ng NEDA at si Presidente ang chair nun. So nilatag yung kabuuang plano para sa ekonomiya ng Pilipinas, para paramihin ang trabaho, puksain ang kahirapan, pataasin ang kalidad ng buhay nating mga Pilipino. Nagawa na po ba natin? Is it going well, yung implementasyon ng buong PDP na yan? At saka, Do you know, sa 450 pages ng PDP na yan, meron po bang kahit isang pagbanggit na kailangang baguhin yung konstitusyon in order to implement the plan?
I don't recall po seeing anything dun sa PDP. Pero siguro ang pinakamahalagang punto po dyan, is the PDP doing well? Sa amin, mahalaga for the record. Despite yung pinagmalaking mabilis na economic growth last year, actually between November 2022 and November 2023, nabawasan ng 70,000 jobs. And the biggest reason na sinasabing lumiit yung unemployment rate to 3.9%, it's because maraming discouraged workers, maraming hindi nagkakaroon ng trabaho, walang trabaho pero hindi binibilang as unemployed. Pero siguro, ang key point po, I think even our economic managers, in their heart of hearts, absent any political influence, they know there is so much more that needs to be done and that can't be done, it isn't being done right now, na hindi kailangan ng charter change. I mean, nadinig ko po yung isang statement about anong pwede gawin para tulungan yung mamamayan na walang charter change. Actually, ayun yun. And I think I do agree, ganun kasimple lang yun. Kung may gusto gawin, ang daming pwede gawin ngayon. Kung papasok pa sa usapin ng charter change, makaka-distract lang siya, makakagulo lang po siya.
Salamat, Mr. Africa. Mr. Chair, may I move on to another question? I still have time. Salamat po. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 minutes, so maybe just 2 questions for today. Salamat po. Kasi nga yung isang focus ng RBH6, public utility. So, talking about, for example, the telecommunication sector. So, nervous system siya ng modernong ekonomiya. Kailan lang binuksan ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng amyenda sa Public Service Act. Doon po, sinasabi ng NEDA na yung problema ay yung duopoly. Yung manong duopoly ng Globe at PLDT Smart at kahinaan ng NTC bilang regulator. So, hindi magamit ng ibang kumpanya ang towers nitong dalawang higante. Mahal mag-text at tumawag sa mga subscribers ng bagong kumpanya sa Globe at PLDT. Hindi makuha ng NTC yung frequencies na hindi naman ginagamit nitong dalawa para magamit sana ng mga bagong kumpanya. At saka, kahit maliliit na cable companies na pwede sanang gawing mura ang internet, ay kailangan pang kumuha ng prangkisa. Well, sa ating Kongreso. So, sinasabi ng NEDA, kahit noong pa man, bago pa man ipasa ang amyenda sa Public Service Act, wala sa border, at NEDA na to wala sa constitutional restrictions ang problema. So, nandito po sa loob ang problema. It has been sa bawat industriya. At wala pa tayong ginagawa sa Senado kahit matagal nang nakasalang ang OADT o Open Access in Data Transmission Bill. So yung una sa last 2 questions ko sa ngayong hapon, Mr. Chair, sa palagay po ba natin ay papasok ang kapital, Pilipino man o dayuhan, kung nakikita nilang may dalawang higanteng nakahambalang at walang ginagawa ang Kongreso upang payagan ng iba na ayusin ang serbisyo sa mas murang halaga? So, to Mr. Africa still, Mr. Chair.
Favorite resource person, Sunny. So, please listen to the question.
Sige po. I'm sorry po, I can't speculate if a big telecom provider will come here. But I think historically, a lot of transnational corporations have come in, even if may corruption, as long as they have the connections to be the ones getting the inside track. So there's a general statement lang po, but kung dun sa specific na question yan, I don't know. But also to be clear, even the big telecommunication firms, they do have substantial foreign capital already. So they know how the business operates. So it's not like, again, it's not like bulag sila na mag-table read pa sila kung kumusta yung mga bagay-bagay. They know how things operate, and I think if that is going to be an advantage for them, they will use that. And last point po, in a lot of ways, a lot of the anti-corruption campaigning the last years has been led by foreign transnational corporations sa mga jurisdictions na wala silang kilala. Sa mga jurisdiction na may kilala sila, gagamitin nila yung same connections nila, just the same as any domestic provider.
Salamat, Mr. Africa. Tuling tanong ko para ngayong hapon, Mr. Chair. Alam po ba natin na sa Thailand, lubhang mas mura ang serbisyo at mas mabilis at malawak ang internet? Pero sila po ay may batas din na nagsasabing bawal maging majority owners ang dayuhan. Gayunpaman, yung 4 sa top 5 na telecoms companies nila ay nakapagpasok ng kapital. Like you were saying earlier that many of these big transnationals kahit sa telecom sector may sarili ng foreign capital na sa resources nila. Nakapagpasok ng kapital mula sa mga kumpanya sa Singapore, China at saka Norway. So, alam po ba natin ito? And could you please enlighten us further about this?
I think that's a very good point kasi sa aming pagkwenta, Thailand has a 49% cap on foreign ownership, Malaysia has 30%, 49% for certain services, Vietnam is capped at 49%, Indonesia is also capped at 49% for the infrastructure, for the facilities. So I think that is a good case in point. Yung demonization ng publicly state-owned corporations and also demonization of local corporations, pinakita na maraming mga kumpanya dito sa ating rehiyon, hindi actually balakid doon. As long as pinapatakbo ng tama. At para sa amin, kung bubuksan lamang yan, yung ilang beses na nabanggit na lack of control over a strategic industry, actually mas delikado yun. Kung di natin alam ang ginagawa natin, mas mahirap actually ibigay sa dayuhan yon. Kasi kung di na nga natin na monitor yung lokal, what more, wala tayong kakayahan to monitor yung di hamak, mas makapangyarihan, mas malakas, mas nakakalaman dayuhan. So delikado po yun in terms of national security interest natin.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And when I come back in the second round, I'll take off from that point, precisely yung reaction ko sa ideya ni Presidente ngayon magpasok ng third party, posibleng foreign. Hindi nga natin mapabehave ng maayos pa yung NGCP, ano pa kaya kung may third party at kung foreign pa yon. So, maraming salamat. And lastly, I think what you pointed out, Mr. Africa, is it's not one single or most important factor, FDIs, it's a whole package of policies and practices para mapakinabangan talaga ng bansa, ng public good, lalo na dito sa mga public utilities natin at saka critical industries. Salamat at
Thank you
maraming
very
salamat,
much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Leader Hontiveros. I'll give you 2 minutes, Mr. Dumdum. Please be brief.
Okay, I just wanted to interject that, so first of all, the question on the other countries that have restrictions, the question is, are those restrictions in their constitutions? The answer is no. Only the Philippines has such economic anti-foreign direct investment restrictions in the constitution. Yun po yung pinagkaiba. Sa atin nasa konstitusyon, sa kanila nasa legislation. Ito pa, yung isa pa about the pledges. Magkano po yun? Mga trillion, something trillion.
2 something trillion is what I heard.
Diba?
Dollars,
Okay.
dollars, no? Dollars.
Ang tanong, bakit ba ginagawa natin itong constitutional reform na ito? Unang-una, tanong ko, kasi ang sagot ko ay tanong. Ilan dun sa mga investment pledges na yan ay naging totoo na? Ilan ba yung mga planta na natuloy na itatag? Ilan na ba yung mga pabrika? Ilan na ba yung mga kumpanya o yung mga operations, yung mga opisina na nagbukas dahil dun sa mga pledges? Mukhang pledges pa lang yata eh. At doon po natin makikita dahil mga pledges pa lamang sila. Kaya natin ginagawa itong pagbabago na ito dahil madalas kapag nag-iimbita po tayo ng mga investors, hindi po natin nasasabi sa kanila may mga problema tayo na ganyan, yung mga restrictions na yan. So eventually, doon sila nag-aalma. Ay, may restrictions pala kayo. Kaya kailangan natin ayusin. Yun po yun. Maraming salamat po.
Sir Dumdum. Next is Senator Win, and after him, Senator Bato and Senator Amy, Senator Pia, in that order.
Thank you.
Senator Win.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to direct my questions to our esteemed justices. I was listening intently, and there seems to be 2 schools of thought. One is to convene physically as a constituent assembly, and then number 2 is we can go through it just like any other ordinary legislation, meaning we pass the resolution here, then we transmit it to the House, they pass it, they either adopt it or they pass their own version. And then if there are no disagreeing provisions, we can just continue on with the plebiscite. I just want to ask our experts, seems to be 2 different approaches. What will be the best way to move forward with these 2 different approaches? And I would like to direct to any of our justices if they have any opinion on this or any answer to this question.
Yes, go ahead. Anybody would care to answer? Parang pagod na yata ang ating mga resource person, Your Honor. Yeah.
For
Anybody
me,
can, Justice
Mr. Chair,
Escudero.
the best is what you're doing now through a joint resolution of both houses, passed separately in the manner of ordinary legislation, but with clear signals that you're acting as a constituent assembly. And then adopt it by the required number of votes. And also when you vote, you have to vote by what you call is nominal voting, so that the 3/4 vote is very clear. You cannot do it by consensus or viva voce. It has to be by nominal voting, recording individual votes. If you can have that, 3/4 of the Senate voting to approve resolution of both houses number 6 and pass it to the House, and the House also after deliberation adopts the same resolution by 3/4 vote, nominal voting of the members of the House, then it's ripe for referral to the COMELEC for upon certification by the secretaries and the Senate President and Speaker to the COMELEC, and the COMELEC will be mandated to hold the plebiscite within the required, I think, 60 days from the adoption, not later than 90 days, within 60 to 90 days to hold the plebiscite.
That's the best way and the fastest for me, Mr. Chair.
In your opinion, there's no need to physically convene as a single assembly. We can go through this just like we are doing now and just like any other ordinary law.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The only difference is we have to vote, we have to obtain 3/4 in terms of votes, and at the same time ratify it through a plebiscite.
Yes, Mr. Chair. There's no need for both houses to meet physically. This is the interpretation of Father Bernas. You can do it like the way you're passing an ordinary law. That means you can do it without meeting together, provided, as I said, it's very clear that you're acting not to make a law, but to propose amendments to the Constitution. But also, again, the quorum and the required number of votes must be observed.
Want to, with your permission, Senator, we just to acknowledge the presence of our chairperson of the Public Services and Economic Affairs Committee, Senator Grace Poe. Afternoon.
Your Honor, just on that particular issue.
Yes, Chief Justice, please.
The best really is the one you recommended in your Senate, both houses resolution number 1. You are proposing for a joint session, and therefore it must be voting separately, but 3/4 for each side, for each house. That is in your resolution.
Thank you, but that calls for a physical convening of both houses in one area, in one location. So do we need to satisfy that physical assembly, Chief Justice, in your opinion?
One, the Senate President, and there are no rules yet, no, in both the Senate and in the House, in calling for a joint session. So probably the Senate President and the Speaker will agree to call the two houses together in a joint session. The other way is probably for the Senate now to file a resolution requesting for the approval by the lower house of a joint session.
Thank you for that. Another question, again, to our esteemed legal luminaries, and this was partly opened up earlier in the discussion, that we are now treating the resolution as an ordinary resolution. And this is the Committee on Constitutional Amendments. After the hearing, the committee will now submit a committee report and sponsored by the chairman or both chairmen to plenary. And I am of the, but what I gathered from the hearing is then on, the Senate will now convene into a constituent assembly. Now, therefore, earlier our Senate President mentioned that there will be a separate time for that constituent assembly. My question is, can the constituent assembly be limited by the committee report submitted to plenary? Because the committee report will contain very specific provisions on the economy. But when you convene the constituent assembly, can it be limited by those topics alone? Because it's now a separate body from the lawmaking body. So I just want to pick on the wisdom of our esteemed justices and resource persons.
That is the reason why I suggested two ways. Either that the Senate President and the Speaker shall decide to call, no? And then the two bodies, the lower house and the upper house, may decide to a joint session, precisely for the purpose of presenting these proposed amendments. So the other way is, right now, for instance, you can either proceed to continue, and then at the end of the day, when the matter is submitted to the Mother Committee may recommend to call for a joint session precisely to consider this. And that is exactly the reason in my preliminary statement, I asked the question whether whatever is the recommendation of the subcommittee should still be submitted to the Mother Committee, which is the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revisions of Codes. That is exactly the proposal you made in Senate, both houses, resolution number 1.
And in the organization of the Constituent Assembly, just here in the Senate, it can be limited by that committee report because it will consider that particular committee report, meaning it will not consider the other political proposals or other proposals other than that committee report.
Yes, it will be limited exactly to what is being proposed. But yet, the whole trouble is, during the hearing thereon, somebody may move to amend, to add.
It has to be there has to be discipline among the members.
The best example is, in your proposal, you included media. In the discussion of resolution number Senate joint, or rather the
Number
both houses
six.
resolution number 6, number 1 may be taken into account, and therefore the 4 may be taken into consideration by the mother committee.
And I understand also in the previous Congress, I think 18th Congress, the House also submitted, although this is in previous Congress, 3 additional amendments to its economic provisions, no? Which is land ownership, natural resources, and I think it's the ownership of economic enterprises. Can that be included once they also convene into a constituent assembly? My point of the matter, Chief Justice, how do we limit the constituent assembly to only certain provisions that we want to amend so that it will not be unwieldy when it convenes?
Let's consider when you are doing this as a regular legislation. What you approve here would be an ordinary law going down to the lower house. I rather disagree with Justice Mendoza on this regard, that it is already a constituent body. It is an ordinary legislation going to the lower house. The lower house, acting on their own, will consider possible amendments. It could add other areas of amendments. Like, for instance, as I mentioned earlier, the proposal in the lower house, both houses resolution number 2 of Congressman Salceda.
We'd just like to, with your permission, Senator Win, just to acknowledge the presence of Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, the former Speaker of the House and our former Majority Leader. Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, Chief Justice Davide. Thank you for the answers. And my last question revolves around the specific industries or sectors that we're trying to liberalize. No? In the proposal here in the Senate, there are 2 resolutions. One is to liberalize the education sector, advertising, mass media, and then public utilities. May I ask our esteemed legal luminaries, what was the reason in the past? What was the discussion and the reason in the past to limit these 4 sectors? I might have my own idea on why, but during those times, in 1986 and even earlier, what was this discussion to limit those so that we can enrich the records? And also, I want to appreciate the discussions earlier that might lead to unintended consequences also when we do this at this present day. So any of our esteemed resource persons can respond to that question.
We have to consider the spirit behind all the proposals here in the Constitution. It's the spirit of nationalism and patriotism for the Filipino First policy. We thought all along that we could manage to improve our economy, our social conditions, through these provisions on the fundamental principles and policies and the implementing articles in the Constitution. You have provided, for instance, the article on social justice, so broad enough, on labor, on many things. If only these are fully implemented, you could see how progressive the Philippines would be. For instance, on foreign investments, our dear Senator Hontiveros had already mentioned of what had come in, even just through the visit of the President abroad. So foreign investors are coming in, not because of any provision in the Constitution which would be an obstacle, but because we have become attractive. In other words, ease in conducting business, no corruption, then predictable government policies, and so on. These are the keys to progress, not the provision of the Constitution as an obstacle.
I think Mr. Dumdum wants to...
Yes, again, please keep it brief. Sir.
Yeah. So back then, during the drafting of the 1987 Constitution back in 1986, I think the prevailing ideology at the time among many Filipinos was that being protectionist was the way to go. But unfortunately, I think that's where we kind of went wrong, because at that point in time, that was when Vietnam had decided that their way of doing things, the communist, Marxist-Leninist way, was not working, and they realized that, oops, I think we need to open up to foreign direct investors, hence their adoption of the Doi Moi reforms. And everyone else was also doing the same. Singapore had already become very liberalized and everyone else in the region was doing so. We were the only country that decided to stick towards economic nationalism. And unfortunately, we have been left behind. We are continuously getting left behind because of that.
Thank you, Sir Dumdum. Proceeding from the constitutional questions of Senator Win, before I recognize Senator Bato, what is the value, Your Honors, of the U.S. experience in exercising their constitutional amendments or enacting constitutional amendments? Since Justice Mendoza quoted the seminal case of Marbury versus Madison earlier, may I ask, would their constitutional experience have any persuasive effect, or would their jurisprudence have any effect on our interpretation of laws and constitutions, Your Honors?
Mr. Chair, the U.S. Constitution has been amended several times. I think more than 20 times. In fact, the Bill of
27,
Rights...
I believe, Your Honor. 27.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Bill of Rights was not in the original Constitution. There are amendments. That's why they're called First Amendment, Second Amendment. What I want to point out is that their process of amending their Constitution is through adoption by separate states. And the legislature of separate states passes a resolution adopting the proposed amendment according to the requirement of the respective constitution. So there is no meeting together of all the more than 50 states legislature so that they can hear each other. They meet separately. So there's nothing wrong with the Senate and the House meeting separately. In the U.S., the individual states don't meet with each other. They adopt the amendment by themselves. And after a certain number of states have acceded to the amendment, it is effective. So that's what I know of their procedure.
And if, correct me if I'm wrong, Your Honor, but I think the Senate and the House do not also sit together in a joint assembly. Tama ho ba? Meaning the Senate passes the amendment separately, the House passes the amendment separately, and then it goes to the state legislatures, as you mentioned. Tama ho ba, Your Honor?
I'm not sure on the federal level, Mr. Chair. I think they meet together. But what I mean is the individual states, all 50 states don't meet together.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add there, what the good justice is talking about is the process of ratification, which is different from ours. Ours.
No, but what I'm asking, since it was my question, Your Honor, is the process of approving the amendment.
Yes.
Not
No,
the
I just wanted to point out that
Yeah.
what he was describing about the individual 50 states is actually the process of ratification,
That's correct.
which
That's
comes
correct.
after
That's
the
correct.
Constituent Assembly
That's
process
correct.
has been done.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mr. Chairman,
Uh,
one line on your question.
Can we ask the justices to answer the question before we go to you, Senator Allen? Yeah. Any other, if not, I'll go to anyone else want to weigh in on the import of U.S. practice on our constitutional interpretation, Your Honors? If there's none, Senator Allen, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of information. Because the U.S. Constitution was a reaction to royalty, diba? To the absolute power of kings and queens in Europe. So it was really made that the Congress was more powerful than the presidency. So if you look at the U.S. Constitution, mas powerful kasi yung legislature. So may protection against absolute power because in the Philippines, it's usually the executive branch, whether it's the mayor, governor, or president who wants the change. It's not always absolute, but just to put that into the discussion.
That's a good point. Thank you, Senator Allen. Senator Bato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no question, Mr. Chair. Ang sa akin lang ay isang taus-pusong pagpasalamat sa ating mga resource person, sa kanilang mga insights, sa kanilang mga binigay sa atin na informasyon, na ito'y napakalaking justification sa United Stand na ginawa ng 24 senador, 24 independent republics, nagkaisa na i-oppose itong lumalaganap na People's Initiative, Mr. Chair, because yung kanilang punto palagi sa voting separately. So tayo naman, ang ating opposition doon sa lumalaganap na PI is that we don't want to vote jointly, separately. So maraming salamat po sa inyo, sir, sa inyong mga insights. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tama po, Senator Bato. Klarong-klaro na po yun dahil sa sinabi ng ating mga magagaling na resource persons. Thank you. I joined Senator Bato's manifestation there. Next is Senator Pia Cayetano. Senator Pia, perhaps you had some questions earlier. You're free. I just want to mention also, Senator Pia is the author of the recently enacted, about 2-3 years ago, the CREATE law. And there, a lot of what was mentioned, that things that we need to do meaning to incentivize technology transfer, scientific development, not just the jobs created and the amount of investment, but also the future growth. Meron tayong mga provisions doon thanks to under the stewardship of Senator Pia, former Ways and Means Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to also greet our esteemed resource persons, my professor, Vivi Mendoza, if you remember me, sir. Of course, Chief Justice Davide, we worked very closely when you were our emissary to the United Nations. And of course, Secretary Tevez, who I recently have been seeing on the golf course, but then I stopped, so goodbye to my golf career. Anyway, to everyone else, good afternoon, Justice Scan as well, and Dr. Sikat, and everybody else. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, a few questions. As you said, I'm coming from my experience as the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, and one of our resource persons, I was, by the way, listening, thanks to technology, I was listening to YouTube, so I heard the opening statements of our colleagues and the statements of our resource persons, so I may not have been physically present, but some of my questions come from the statements that were made that I caught on YouTube. One of the resource persons mentioned the flip-flopping of our rules or our the way we conduct business and the way we encourage the foreign business community. And that is exactly what we tackled during the hearings in the Committee on Ways and Means. And so when we talk about flip-flopping positions, as we speak, and this is no critique or anything on the ongoing hearings now, but in fact, we are reviewing again the Create Law. And one of the revisions being, one of the proposals there is to go back to the incentives that was given to some investors that have been there for 30 years or more. And this has been thoroughly discussed. We appreciate that the investments have been made, but it's also time for us to gain a little bit from the taxes that would have been gained. So if we're going to go back to that, then that is our main problem, if I may. As I'm not the resource person, but I'm sharing my experience having chaired this committee and going back and forth, and many of our colleagues here were also present during that Congress. So that to me is the flip-flopping of business policies that the foreigners have to deal with. The other thing that I'd like to point out is one of the examples given by my seatmate here, Mr. Africa of Ibon, is the example of the jeepney modernization. It happens to be one of my favorite topics along with Senator Grace Poe, because I am a proponent of electric vehicles, EV for short, but I am not a proponent of destroying this jeepney industry, which is ingrained in our culture, and changing them with imported vehicles when we could very well be revitalizing this jeepney industry and then making it EV. It's a no-brainer. I'm sure DOST can easily do that. In fact, I've had discussions with the Department of Science and Technology. Why don't we do that? And there is no prohibition for foreigners to participate in that, but it is a lack of political will to save this industry. It is lack of political will to coordinate between DOST, Department of Transportation, the barangays and the municipalities and the cities that have invested their lives in building a community around this jeepney industry. It takes time. It's easier to import. That is our problem. It's just easier to import. We didn't make it hard for them. They can come in, but we're destroying this industry. So that's the second point I'd like to make, Mr. President. The other one is just a quick observation. I share the observation of Mr. Dumdum that he mentioned Vietnam, but other countries, Thailand is one, China is another. They are harping on the need to improve their English so that they can capture the English-speaking market. But you don't need to change the constitution for that. That's been my advocacy for decades. I speak on behalf of our EDCOM chairman members. It's part of the agenda. Let's not lose our competitive advantage by giving up on us being a dual language or even multi-language speaking people. Many of the Filipinos can speak 3 languages, English, Filipino, and whatever province they come from. And we're giving that up because of various reasons. Don't have enough time to discuss that. But you don't need to change the constitution to focus on our primary, one of our primary assets being multilingual and English being one of them. Just a quick observation. I think one of the resource persons said, and I asked my staff, are you ready? Yeah, I just want to put on record. Okay. So according to the World Economic Forum, and this is already in the Senate
This is already embedded in our archives because we took this up in the Committee on Ways and Means in the debates on CREATE. Most problematic factors in doing business. Number one, inefficient government bureaucracy. You don't have to change the Constitution for that. Inadequate supply of infrastructure. Don't have to change the Constitution for that. 3, corruption. Don't have to change the Constitution for that. Tax regulations. We can handle that here. Tax rates. We can handle that. When I say here, Congress can handle that. Policy instability. I'll point to the administration. Not this administration, any administration. Access to financing, policy decision. Government instability and coups, all this is creating that possibility. Restrictive labor regulations, policy decision, maybe Congress. And poor work ethic in national labor force. None of this requires constitutional change. I quote, not in exact words, no, but as I said, I was listening. Sabi ni Justice Davide, our problems are not due to the restrictive economic provisions. I humbly concur, and in my second round, would like to get into more details, but I think it would be nice if our justices can bear with us and join us when we have other resource persons from the business side, no? Because we'd really like to get a nice exchange, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow. No, what I'd like is to hear the not now, but like I said, in a succeeding hearing, an exchange of ideas, or where our justices who know what the constitutions allow and do not allow can hear and exchange ideas with the business community on what they feel they need, so that either it comes from the constitutional experts themselves telling them, but you don't need to change the Constitution to do that, or you do need to change the Constitution to do that. This is just my opinion. It's not my intention to put words in the mouth of our esteemed resource person. The other thing that I took note of is Justice Mendoza's statement, the Constitution is the alternative to a revolution. And I felt that was such an emotional statement. We're sitting here today. We are already late for our Senate session. On the floor is
That might be my cue to tell us that.
For me to end
No. The SP extended us to 4 o'clock, Your Honor.
yeah, I know,
So
but
he's extending us to 4 o'clock. Yeah.
exactly. But I mean, we are eating into our time
Yes.
to work on bills.
Yes. But
no?
it just shows that the Senate is really prioritizing this issue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Exactly.
Sorry for interruption.
No. Totally okay. And on a personal note, I was recently elected Blue Ribbon Chairman, and I had a choice to be working on this all morning or to listen to this debate. So these are the things we give up to have this debate. These are the things we give up so that we don't have a revolution. Anyway, I think I will rest on that high note because that was an amazing statement from Justice Mendoza. I have a few more comments, a few more observations, but I think I've made my point clear, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Pia. Next is Senator Grace Poe, if she has any questions. If not, Senator Allen, I'm sure has some.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But at the proper time, I would like to discuss for the next hearing the Public Service Act, which I believe addresses a lot of the concerns supposedly being raised on the economy. I feel that one of the roadblocks also is the legal impediments that it supposedly faces in the Supreme Court. So I'd like to know from our legal advisors and luminaries present what their view is on the Public Service Act, because actually it is not quite an amendment of the Constitution, but rather a carved out and a definition of what a public utility and a public service is. And this was drafted with the help of our brilliant expert here in the Senate, Senator Frank Drilon. So that will take a whole discussion. So I will give way to our colleague here, Senator Cayetano. Thank you.
Very much. We will call a hearing specifically on the public service and public utility, and we welcome your inputs as the principal author of the Public Service Act amendments. Senator Allen, please, sir.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Chairman, and again to our esteemed guest. We are very, very honored to have all of you, and parang extended po talagang service nyo sa bansa. Every time you think that you've retired or that you've given all, you're called back. So we thank you for that. Sirs, I think we can really debate on facts. Dapat nga walang debate sa facts, di ba? Kasi facts siya. Pero in a world of false news, alternative facts, nagdi-disagree din tayo sa facts. Especially if it's statistics, then hindi siya facts, no? We definitely have to debate on opinion, and it's always good to hear each other's opinion. But I think dapat walang debate sa principle. Diba? Kasi hindi mo mababasag or mababali yung principle. You cannot really say, magtatanim ako ng mangga, and then you expect santol yung bunga. Diba? Kasi kung ano itanim mo, yun ang yung... So let me look at it as a different perspective. As a Christian, I believe the Holy Spirit inspired the Bible and you cannot amend the Bible. So I tell people, if you don't want to believe the Bible, I respect you. If you believe other holy books, I respect you. But don't try to amend the Bible because that, to me, is what God wrote. No one is saying, don't amend the Constitution. Because no one said it's not a perfect document. But what is the underlying principle behind the Constitution, and why did the framers of the Constitution make it difficult to amend the Constitution? And sir, feel free to correct me after this statement. No? Correct me or to elaborate. No? Because the underlying principle all throughout history, it started with Adam and Eve, and even before that, it started with Lucifer, who rebelled against God, and then Adam and Eve, who did not follow God. Nimrod was a brilliant leader, and he wanted to erect the Tower of Babel and to reach heaven. No? And the principle was simple. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So if you're gonna ask me my personal stand, meron pong kapareho nung ating ma-distinguished guest tonight, meron din pong iba. For example po, one thing we're not talking about, the elephant in the room, is actually political reforms. I know we're limited here to economic, but the reality is people are concerned regarding political reforms. Ako, being married to a mayor, I see the problem with a 3-year term. You get into office June, ubos na pondo mo, you just finish out the year, the next year is your year to plan. The year after, everyone's saying it's the election year na, the year after, ano na, di ba? So I would rather have a 4-year term, or a 5-year term, 3-year term limit, or a 4-year term na walang term limit. I don't know the former mayors here, like Senator Win, kung anong tingin nila. But the problem is, we can't discuss it because everyone is discussing it from the point of view of what's good for them, rather for the country. No? So even if many of our congressmen, mayors, governors are sincere, hindi na sila tatakbo, magre-retire na sila. But people will say, but you're thinking about your husband, you're thinking about your wife, you're thinking about your children, di ba? So, Mr. Chairman, the only way I think that we can actually amend the Constitution in a way that the preamble describes us as binding together one thing. Maybe I can end with that. No, I just want to read the preamble just to honor not only Chief Justice Davide but everyone who worked on the Constitution. But my point is this po, no? If we can find a way to amend the Constitution, but it is effective 10 years from now, I don't think anyone will accuse any one of us na we're doing this because of power, etc. Pero pagka next month na yung plebiscite, 2025 na yung plebiscite, I mean, oh, come on. Everyone's looking kung sinong malakas na next presidential, and if hindi ka presidential pero cabinet ka or speaker or SP, and you can be prime minister but you cannot be president. I mean, it's normal. You name the country, people they say, because the principle is power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's why the Constitution was made, to temper this power in the 3 branches and to make sure that not one powerful group can manipulate our legal system. No? So, but let me conclude just, Mr. Chairman. I really, want to honor everyone who worked on the preamble. We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law in a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace, do ordain and promulgate this Constitution. I hope throughout this debate, Mr. President, this will guide us kasi opposite ng truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace ang nangyayari ngayon. But I hope, Mr. Chief Justice and all our distinguished guests, you could elaborate nga on why the Constitution was made very protective, that you can't just change it on a whim. No? I know that's part of the human spirit we don't want to talk about, but it's there. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this time.
Thank you very much for the biblical wisdom in addition to the legal wisdom, Senator Alan. Yeah. Any other, maybe Senator Risa wants to ask a few questions. We may have 2 to 3 minutes maybe for a second round. And then I think, if it's all right with our distinguished resource persons, we thank you profusely for sharing with us your time, Your Honors.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. I'll not refuse that kind of an offer. I do have 2 to 3 more questions sa economic pa rin, if I could return to Mr. Africa. Mr. Africa.
Yes. If he's listening.
Sorry, sir. Kung makapagtanong, it's okay po. If I could ask maybe 2 or 3 more questions about the economy in relation po dito sa RBH number 6.
2 minutes.
So, sa power generation sector naman, within the whole realm of public utilities, and public services. So, brownout pa ng brownout, parang shades of the early 1990s. At sa huli, 3 araw nag-blackout hanggang sa Panay at sa Guimaras Islands. So, alam po ba natin, and of course by this, I mean, if you could please elaborate on this for us, na higit 2 dekada ng bukas ang power generation sector, as Chris Monson also mentioned earlier, para sa 100% na pagmamayari ng banyaga. Pero sa 2 dekadang iyon, ay hindi naman naengganyo na maglagak ng kapital dito yung mga dayuhan para suplayan ng kulang at pupundat-pundat nating kuryente. So, bakit po kaya?
Sa amin po, balik kami dun sa earlier na point, mahirap i-manage ang industriya na wala kang alam. So kung uurungan ng gobyerno yung pagkakaroon ng direct interest sa industriya ng kuryente, tapos aasa ka lang sasabihin sa'yo ng kumpanya, parang weird, di ba? Parang sabihin mo dun sa kumpanya to be self-incriminating. So sa amin, it is a starting point. That's also why I think bakit sa Malaysia, sa Indonesia, maraming may restriction dun sa foreign investment, but also may direct stake yung governments in utilities because it's easier to manage things you know about eh. So sa amin, we don't know what happens sa Visayas. Siyempre, nakakatawa yung pakinggan yung balita, but bottom line, it's hard to manage but you don't know anything about. And sa amin, that whole trend towards privatization, isang nawala yun eh, yung kakayanan natin bilang gobyerno na responsibly manage ang isang industriya. So much worse nga yan. Hindi maganda na hindi mo kontrol ang lokal na negosyante. I think even worse, hindi mo kontrol ang dayo negosyante na may ibang dimension ng strategic interest sa bansa.
So I guess, Mr. Chair, Mr. Africa, ibig sabihin din, magandang may paghuhunos dili din ang gobyerno in terms of privatization, especially in sectors na may mas malaking public interest at stake. And umalam. No? We can't forever give the excuse na hindi yan alam ng gobyerno, mas alam lagi ng private sector. Maganda kung mag-upscale din ng capacities ang gobyerno precisely to take care of and to regulate areas na siya yung pangunahing magbabantay ng public good for the citizens. And balance yung, syempre, profit orientation naman na nasa kalikasan ng private sector. Mr. Chair, yung next question ko, kung pwedeng matanong si Christian Monsod if he's still online, since ay, salamat,
He's
Mr.
still
Chair.
online,
Yes.
Teresa.
So, Sir Chris, to continue and to ask you to, I'm circling back to the point you first made about the power generation sector in your opening
Sorry,
statement. Oh, yes,
I received
Mr. Chair.
just the information now. Senator Teresa is logged out already.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if Mr. Africa, you could bear with me just to complete this maybe last 2 questions about the power generation sector. So, alam po ba natin na sa Vietnam naman, tulad dito sa Pilipinas, nagbukas sa mga dayuhan para sila'y pumasok sa generation sector. Pero generation, hindi sa transmission, hindi sa distribution. Pero bakit po kaya, kahit halos sinlaki lang tayo ng Vietnam, population-wise, bakit ka yung installed capacity nila ngayon ay lumaki ng halos 3 beses, 2.86 times, halos triple, na ang laki kumpara sa installed power generation capacity ng Pilipinas. So what was the decisive factor there, or factors?
Yung infrastructure, magastos talaga siya eh. So napakataas ng startup doon. Kaya natural monopolies sila. I think Vietnam is a good case in point kasi much as maraming naiinis doon sa pakikialam ng Vietnamese government kasi socialista, komunista, whatever. Hindi pa masasabing terorista. Ang bottom line, there were and are state-owned enterprises. At kung state-owned enterprise yung papasok, una, mas mababa yung cost of capital. Ikalawa, mas madali yung mga licensing, all the regulatory issues, parang that's ironed over eh. So I think magandang point yan. At siguro kailangan din i-correct, hindi totoo na bukas yung Vietnam. Dun sa aming PowerPoint, isabit na namin yung report, yung restrictions across the Vietnamese economy, from telecommunications to power to transport, very strongly restricted pa rin siya, apart from having state-owned enterprise, even sa manufacturing. So, hindi totoo na free market economy in Vietnam. Hindi rin totoo na pumasok yung foreign investment dahil free market economy siya. Pumasok ang foreign investment kasi may mapagkakitaan siya dun sa Vietnam. Under, not necessarily free market economy, under whatever economic regime na meron nila. Kumikita sila eh. And I think that's the bottom line for any foreign investor.
And like Mr. Chair, Mr. Africa, you were showing how in different countries, home region natin, may iba't ibang percentages set or cap set on foreign investments. Dito, sa particular na halimbawa ng Vietnam, pinapakita nyo rin, yun na nga, the package of policies and business practices either allowed or supported and regulated by the state. Na the companies can turn a profit, pero merong ding standard set by the government para sa mamamayan nila na mas strictly na ma-observe. And then, kagaya po ng telecoms na pinag-usapan natin kanina, may nakahambalang sa pagpasok ng kapital sa power generation at hindi ang border restriction o ang constitutional provisions na naman ito. And as you were talking about, pinapatunayan din ito ng Vietnam na kahit, as you were also describing, hawak pa rin ng gobyerno at lokal na kapital ang transmission at ang distribution ng kuryente. At kahit nga as you were enumerating for a region earlier, may maximum na 49% limit ang foreign capital dito sa transmission at distribution, ay maglalagay pa rin ng dayuhan ng kapital sa power generation. Because given the whole environment created by government and what exists of civil society in Vietnam at yung private sector participation, domestic or foreign, ay kumikita pa rin yung mga kumpanya. So, just to bring it home, ano po kaya yung pumipigil sa dayuhang kapital na pundar ng mas maraming kapital sa power generation sector natin nitong nakaraang 2 dekada, Mr. Chair?
Siguro correction muna. As far as we know, yung in Vietnam, yung distribution and transmission ay sarado to foreign investment. As far as we know, I mean, we can double check that. Pero I'm sorry po, I can't speak for foreign investors here, pero I think it makes sense yung sinasabing predictability, even predictability of corruption. It's a big thing so with predictability and the ease of doing business, I mean, there are different ways to package it. Mas mura infrastructure, less corruption na binabayad from mga permits, less cumbersome. I think that actually might be what should be addressed At gusto ko namin i-stress talaga, may mali sa pag-iisip na yung flexibility ang hinahanap ng foreign investors. Kasi because precisely in so many utilities in most of the region, at least in the major economies, marami pang foreign restrictions, but they have more investment than us. Malaysia's thrice, I think, than us. Thailand has double us. Despite the restrictions in the utilities, it means hindi yung restriction yung nakakabara sa pagpasok. So that's so simple-minded. I think it's a very reductionist argument to absurdity talaga. And I think it's so easy to repeat something over and over again and believe in it. Pero I think the facts show otherwise talaga.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. Africa. So, sabi nyo nga...
May I interject?
Mr. Chair, my last question is still for Mr. Africa.
This is the
That's
time
all
of
right, Mr.
Senator Risa, so will you allow Mr. Dumdum to interject? It's your call. It's your discretion.
Mr. Chair, you gave me time for 2 to 3
Yeah,
questions.
we will stop at 4 o'clock because that's the authority given to us by the
and my last
Senate
question
President.
is really for Mr.
Go
Africa,
ahead,
on the economy, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And salamat, Mr. Africa, for pointing out yung it's not the restrictions, it's not the so-called flexibility, but really more of predictability, restrictions they can live with, but also enough space to still conduct their business there and, as you said, remain sustainable, if not profitable. So yung huli ko lang po for today dito sa power generation sector. So, ngayon naman po sa pamamagitan ng legal opinion ng DOJ, ay madaming dayuhang kapital na ang nagplano at pumila para punan ang power supply gap na matagal ng sanhi ng napakamahal na kuryente dito sa atin. So, yung huling tanong ko for today, Mr. Chair, Mr. Africa, pero nababalitaan po ba ninyo na maaari daw madiskaril ito? Ayon sa BDO, halimbawa, at ayon din sa mga bagong renewable energy players dito sa atin, baka pala dobleng laking kapital ang kailangang ilaga kada megawatt ng renewable energy kaysa sa inaasahan nila. Alam po ba natin ang dahilan nito? RE was supposed to be the game changer in the energy sector. So bakit ngayon there's a sudden unpredictability about that positive next step that we'll be able to take?
Heard about that po, but I'll reserve comment lang po muna. Pwede naman may habol, but we want to study it further. Pero nabalitaan na nga po namin yan. So not now sana po.
Salamat, Mr. Africa. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Abangan ko na lang or konsultahin ko diretso si Mr. Africa once they've completed their study on that issue.
All right.
Salamat
On that
po,
note,
Mr. Chair.
I think the SecGen has already come up to me, the Sergeant at Arms rather, reminding me of the Senate President's reminder. So you can submit whatever you wish. We'll take cognizance of it, Mr.
It'll be
Dumdum.
very fast.
Yeah. No, it's okay. We're adjourning we're suspending the hearing already. Please submit na lang. Thank you to our justices, Chief Justice Davide, Justice Mendoza, Justice Ascuna, Dr. Sikat, Sunny Africa, Mr. Dumdum, Secretary Teves, Attorney Desturas. Thank you very much for your patience and for sharing your wisdom. So we'll suspend this with the permission of our members. Salamat po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng lupon na ito, tumitindig po ako sa pulpitong ito sa bisa ng kolektibo at personal na pribilehyo na iginawad sa inyong abang lingkod ng mamamayang Pilipino. Napaka-init po, masalimuot at mapanghati. Ganito po ang aking paglalarawan sa mga pangyayaring bumalot at nangingibabaw sa mga ulo ng mga balita sa ating bayan nitong mga nakalipas na linggo at hanggang ngayon pong kasalukuyan. Mabuti na lamang po ay mayroong magandang balita na nangyayari dito po sa Senado. Hindi po mapagkakaila na pati po tayo dito, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ay may mga forces na gusto rin tayong guluhin. Katunayan, ang inyo pong lingkod ay pinipilit ng mga ibang forces na ito. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, wala pong pinakamagandang nangyari sa pagiging senador ko kung hindi yung panahon na ang akin pong Ginoong Pangulo, ang Senate President at ang Senate Tempor at ang ginagalang kong Senador Sani Angara at Senadora Loren Ligarda ay nag-file na itong bill na atin pong tinidinig, isang resolusyon, isang panukala na nagbibigay buhay sa ating mga adhikain. Alam mo, ang pinakamagandang desisyon na nakita ko at pinakatamang desisyon na pamunuan po ito ng ating abogado at ekonomista na si Senator Sani Angara. Sapagkat ito po ay, ang pinag-uusapan po dito ay sanga-sanga. Sanga-sanga na po. Katunayan sa ginanap pong pagdinig kanina, ay napag-usapan po yung mga tensyon at mga diskusyon na nakaakibat ng panukala na ito. Itong resolusyon na ito, itong hakbangin na ito. Sapagkat hindi po may pagkakaila at kanina ilang beses din na sinabi na yung nasa Section 1, Artikulo 17 ng ating saligang batas na nagsasaad na ang anumang susog o pagbabago ito ay maaaring ipanukala ng Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng 3/4 na boto ng lahat ng mga kagawad dito. Sa wikang Ingles, any amendment to or revision of this Constitution may be proposed by Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. Marami na pong mga eksperto, lupo ng mga abogado, mambabatas, mga maestrado at legal luminaries na nagbigay ng kani-kanilang mga interpretasyon sa probisyong ito. Halimbawa po, ayon kina dating Justice Vicente V. Mendoza at iba pang mga bihasa sa konstitusyon, ang dalawang houses ay dapat magtagpo at magdebate ng sabayan jointly. Pero boboto ng hiwalay, separately. Malinaw po yan na ipinagdiinan ni Justice Vicente V. Mendoza. Gama din po natin ang silakbo ng damdamin ni Justice Mendoza sa ating pagdinig sa Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Code sa kanyang naratibo tungkol sa talastasan sa pagitan ni na Commissioner Jose Suarez at Commissioner Florence Regalado sa komposisyon ng Section 1 at 2 ng Artikulo 17. Base po sa opisyal na record, sa paglilinaw ni Commissioner Regalado, sakaling bicameral legislative body ang mamutawi, sinabi po mismo ni Commissioner Suarez na ilalagay sa konstitusyon ang parilalang in joint session assembled. Bagamat ito po ay tila nakaligtaan. Hindi naman po tahimik ang mga tala sa intensyong ito. Ginoong Pangulo, atin pong binibigyan diin na sa 1987 Constitution, ang mismong bumuhay muli sa bicameralism sa Pilipinas matapos ipatupad ang unicameralism noong 1973. Malinaw po dito ang intensyon ng mga delegado upang panatilihin ang bicameralism sa ating kasalukuyang konstitusyon. Nararapat din po nating isaalang-alang na sa probisyon pagdating sa kapangyarihang maghayag ng pag-iral ng kalagayang digma o Declaration of State of War, sinasaad po ng 1987 Constitution, the Congress, by vote of 2/3 of both houses in joint session assembled, voting separately, shall have the sole power to declare existence of a state of war. Yan po ay nasa Seksyon 23, Artikulo 6. Mas malinaw pa po ito sa sikat ng araw, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Kung sa mismong pagdideklara ng kalagayang digma nga po, ay sinasabi na ang dalawang kapulungan na magkasamang magtitipon sa sesyon at magkahiwalay ang pagboto. Magkahiwalay. Nararapat lamang po na ito rin ang gamiting panuntuan sa pamamaraan ng pagboto ng mga mambabatas pagdating sa pag-amyenda ng saligang batas. Dahil po dito, iminumungkahi po ng inyong lingkod sapagkat ilang beses po inulit ng mga bihasa, mga magagaling na sa konstitusyon natin, ilang beses nilang inulit. Kanina sa hearing, sinasabi mismo nila na oversight. Oversight ito. Talagang nakalimutan. Talagang hindi na ilagay. Ilang beses po nilang inulit. Kaya ang akin pong mungkahi, Ginoong Pangulo, bakit hindi po natin unang harapin yung usapin ng pagboto doon sa usapin ng voting separately? Sapagkat ito pong ating panukala, ating resolusyon, ating gustong ibahagi, ang lahat ng ito, kapag hindi na naman natuloy, halimbawa, wag naman sana ipahintulot ng Panginoon Diyos na matuloy na ang amenda ng economic provision. O halimbawa, hindi po natuloy, titigil na naman po ang usapin patungkol sa voting separately. Mananahimik na naman tayo. Itong 19th Congress, palalampasin po ba natin ang pagkakataon na sa atin mismo, tayo mismo, amendahan na natin yaang nasa Artikulo 17, Section 1. Tayo na po ang mag-amenda at ilagay na natin yung sinasabi ng mga eksperto sa batas kanina, sa saligang batas, sinasabi nila ng nakaligtaan. Kaya po tayo ay nagsulong kanina upang amendahan po mismo, upang matuldukan na po talaga ang kalituhang dulot ng probisyon na ito. Sa pamamagitan po yan, Ginoong Pangulo, na isang resolusyon na aking inihain kanina umaga. Ayon nga po kay Professor Emeritus Dr. Gerardo P. Sicat mula sa School of Economics ng Universidad ng Pilipinas, merong mga pagkakamaling nakapaloob sa ating kasalukuyang konstitusyon na napagtanto lamang natin matapos ang ilang dekada ng pagtalima dito. Tama po si Dr. Sicat na kung ordinaryong batas lamang po ito ay napakadali ng maging proseso sa mga mungkahing susog. Subalit dahil ang supreme law of the land na po ang ating pinag-uusapan, hindi natin ito pwedeng basta-basta maisakatuparan. Ginoong Pangulo, ang akin pong salmo sa inyo at sa aking mga kasama, kasabay po sana nating talakayin ang patungkol po sa aking resolusyon na atin pong harapin na, ngayon na, itong patungkol sa voting separately. Sana po ay makasabay na ito sa ating pagdinig sa patungkol naman po sa pang-ekonomiyang probisyon. Sapagkat sa akin pong palagay, ito na po ang panahon upang linawin natin kung ano man po ang nakaligtaan ng mga bumuo ng 1987 Constitution. Tayo po ang maging daan upang malinawan, matigil na ang kalituhan, at tayo po magkaroon na ng katahimikan at hindi na maulit muli ang mga palitan ng salita, palitan ng mga press releases, sapagkat ito lamang po ang solusyon. Kapag ito ay naamendahan natin ang Section 1 ng Article 17, matatapos na po ang usapin. Yan na po ang magbibigay ng closure na talagang ang ating saligang batas, ang pinagtitibay ng ating saligang batas ay bicameral. Ang dalawang house at ang dalawang house na ito ay may kanya-kanyang power, voting power. Hindi po pwedeng kailanman ay maging jointly. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at mabuhay po ang Senado.
Maraming salamat sa ating kapatid, Robin Padilla.
Chairman Robin, idol. Galing, boss. Galing.
So hanggang dito lang tayo mga tol. Maraming salamat sa panonood at patuloy na suporta. God bless you sa inyo lahat at hanggang sa muli. Paalam.